A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the life of Mary Sothern. Mary Sothern has always been a balance wheel where her impulsive husband, Max, is concerned. And at present, she needs every ounce of level-headedness she can summon. The townspeople resent the fact that Max is involved in a gambling syndicate, and they are discussing the possibility of removing him from the office he holds as business manager of the town. Max has been working on a tremendous proposition to bring a new factory to Sanders. And if he is ousted at this particular time, all his hard work will have been in vain. Mary isn't the type to sit back and watch everything she holds dear being taken from her. She has decided to fight. The first step in the campaign she has planned to help Max is a visit to Mrs. Bill Brown. And as our scene opens, we find Mary in Mrs. Brown's living room.
Here, Mary, you take this chair. Thank you. My William makes a beeline for it every night. He says he never wants to get up once he sits down.
Well, I can't blame him. You sink right in.
He says, a man likes his comfort. I always say keep a man well-fed and comfortable and you keep him happy.
Well, you certainly manage it beautifully. Bill's a shining example of happy home life.
Oh, we have our little spats now and then. The last one was about your husband, Max. Remember I told you, Mary?
Yes, and it was very sweet of you to defend him.
Oh, I only did what any Christian woman would do. When I see a thing that isn't right, I speak my mind.
We should all have the courage of our convictions, but too many people allow themselves to be swayed by outside forces.
There's a parcel of truth in that, Mary. And I don't need eyeglasses to get what you're driving at either.
I knew I could count on you to understand, Mrs. Brown. That's one of the reasons I wanted to have this little chat with you.
What did you want to know, Mary?
I want to know how much real ill feeling there is against Max.
Mary, there's plenty. My William says that's all the men talk about. And now they've got this meeting on their minds.
Oh, it's so unfair. It's practically having a trial without allowing the defense to present his side of the case.
I told my William the same thing when we had that little set-to over Max. I said, William, don't go stepping on a man just because he's down.
It's wonderful the way you influence Bill to see things fairly. Wish the other wives were as high-principled as you are.
Some of these women haven't any more interest in their civic duties than a cat. They just sit by and listen.
Mrs. Brown, you're the one person in Sanders who could really help Max.
How, Mary?
Well, as president of the Women's Club, you can explain Max's situation to the wives. They're all fine, sensible women. They just need someone like you to wake them up as to what's going on.
What can I tell them? Outside of the fact that I think Max is innocent.
Mrs. Brown, I'm going to tell you something in confidence. Max hasn't allowed it to become generally known, but he's been working day and night on a business proposition that involves a very important corporation building their new factory in Sanders.
Don't say.
Yes. And it's $1 million proposition. And if Max can close it successfully, think what it will mean to the town, to all of us.
Say, $1 million. My goodness. Sanders would hum with a business like that, you know.
Pity to think the people themselves are actually turning it away.
Why, Mary Southern, you know right well there's not a soul in this town who'd do that.
Not directly, Mrs. Brown, but they will be indirectly if they hold that meeting to vote Max out as town manager. How can he go ahead with the deal if they take his authority away from him?
Now I see what you mean.
Men would only postpone that.
Mary, I have an idea. I'll speak to the women. We'll see if we can't get him to do just what I did with my William. Talk the men folks into seeing this thing sensibly and taking their time before they rush ahead and do something they'll be sorry for.
Oh, Mrs. Brown, you'd only do
it. Of course I'll do it. Someone has to make the blind see.
You don't know how grateful I am. I'm sure if we women work together, everything will come out all right.
Now, don't you worry. I've got it all set in my mind, just what I'm going to say. Now, you leave it to me.
I will. You're taking such a load off my shoulders.
Oh, you poor child. Now, you forget all about it for a while. I'm going to make a cup of tea.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Brown, but I can't stay, really. It's near supper time, and I want to meet Max because we're eating at Phyllis' house tonight.
Oh, well, whatever you say, dear. I didn't realize it was so late myself. I'll have to be getting my potatoes on. How's Phyllis?
Oh, pretty well. Poor dear, it's heartbreaking to have her in that wheelchair.
I feel bad for her, too. I guess we women take those things harder than men. I hear her husband Danny was skating at that new rink the other night.
Oh, she wanted him to go. He hasn't had any fun since he came home from the hospital.
I guess she hasn't had much fun either.
No.
They tell me he was with some strange girl.
Oh, that was Laura Barton. She's a friend of ours. Her father was here on business, but he had to go back to Chicago, so she's staying with us until he returns.
Pretty girl, they say. About Danny's age, isn't she?
I believe so. She's a lovely person. Phyllis adores her, and she can't do enough for Phyllis.
I see. Well, that makes it nice and friendly all around.
Oh, yes, we're all friends. Well, I better run along. Let's start those potatoes.
Give my best to Matt.
I will. And thank you so much.
Oh, now, don't mention it. Goodbye, Mary.
Goodbye. Anyone home?
No, we're all gone.
How are you, dear?
I'm still kicking. How's my Mary?
Doing nicely, thank you. Oh, where's Miss Bloomberg?
Oh, I let her go early. She wanted to have her hair fixed in one of them new updos, you know.
Well, she'll probably be so beautiful tomorrow that I'll lose my husband.
Well, don't depend on it, Toots.
Say, I saw Mrs. Borden this afternoon.
Yeah?
She sends you her regards.
Oh, thanks. How am I doing with the gal, huh?
Well, you always do very well with the ladies. It's that irresistible charm of yours.
Honest? Say, maybe I should be in Hollywood like Bill Clark.
Well, you just try leaving me for Hollywood.
Oh, I got a jealous woman on my hands.
Max, let's be serious a minute. Danny's going to the skating rink with Laura caused talk.
Yeah?
Mrs. Brown said people had mentioned it to her.
Oh, well, there's always some old tabby who's looking for gossip. I hope you put her straight.
Oh, naturally, I told her we were all close friends. I didn't dare say we'd only known her for a little over a week.
Well, it's okay. Say, by the time it makes the rounds, they'll have Laura your aunt or something.
Well, I hope Danny doesn't make any more public appearances alone with her. I'd hate to have talk reach Phyllis.
Well, I guess you can stop worrying, Toots. Laura was in here a little while ago. She's taking the 8 o'clock train back to Chicago.
Oh, Max, then Mr. Barton isn't coming back to Sanders.
Oh, don't look that way. I guess the deal for him to build his factory here is coal.
Oh, Max.
Well, you'll just have to take it on the chin, Toots. Well, ready to go up and see Sis, huh?
Uh-huh. I stopped and bought some of those little sausages you like.
Boy, I hope you bought enough of them. I could go for some of them with mashed potatoes.
Oh, there's plenty. Daddy will probably have the vegetables started, and I'll prepare the rest in no time.
Oh, okay. Say, you want to answer that, Toots? I'm locking the file.
Yes, sir, I will. Hello? Well, I know Miss Barton isn't here at present, but I'm Mrs. Sanders. I expect to see her very soon. Could I take a message? Thank you. It's a long-distance call from Chicago for Laura Barton.
Hey, it must be your father.
Just a minute, here's the operator. Hello? Oh, hello, Mr. Barton. How are you? No, Laura left the office a little while ago, but I'll see her at dinner. Yes, of course I'll take a message. What? Tell her to stay over in Sanders, that you'll be here tomorrow? Yes, of course I will. All right. Goodbye, Mr. Barton. Oh, Max. Max, did you hear?
Yeah.
Mr. Barton is coming back. Darling, aren't you happy?
We're all happy, Mary. Now, while we think of it, allow us to compliment you on the way you handled Mrs. Bill Brown. It was the height of wisdom to allow the lady to feel that the idea of influencing the wives was mainly hers. Now she'll really start to work for Max.
From Hollywood, California and Honolulu, Autolite brings you Everything for the Boys, starring Mr. Ronald Coleman, with his guest for tonight, Miss Irene Dunn. Everything for the Boys is presented by the Electric Autolite Company and its 22 great manufacturing plants. Builders of precision equipment for 35 years. World famous for Autolite spark plugs, batteries, wire, cable, and electrical systems for automotive, aviation, and marine use. Your host, Mr. Ronald Coleman.
Thank you and good evening. There are 2 American boys waiting at a Marine Air Station in Honolulu. They are our special guests tonight. The talented and charming Irene Dunn is going to join me in speaking directly to those boys. But first, at their express command, we are going to bring to them and to you another of our plays. Gentlemen of the United States Marine Corps, we are at your command.
Remember how you and I strove to make things easier for ourselves? That was yesterday when the world was at peace. Today at war, we're striving to make things easier for our boys over there and tougher for our enemies. We're straining our energies, utilizing our combined resources, engineering ability, and manufacturing know-how to make everything for the boys. And helping in this enormous task are Autolite's 22 great manufacturing plants from California to New York. Electrical gun-firing devices, aircraft instruments, gyroscopic indicators, torpedo directors, automatic pilots are only a few of the contributions Autolite men and women are making to our war effort. We of Autolite are working day and night to find still better ways and means of building equipment modern warfare demands. Autolite batteries, spark plugs, and electrical systems form a lifeline of electrical energy in our tanks, planes, jeeps, and boats. These units are proving dependable under fire. An Autolite lifeline in your car, battery, spark plugs, and electrical system will give you the same dependable performance. If your car is war-weary, slow on starting, lacks power and pickup, is using more gasoline, have its electrical lifeline checked. Perhaps all your car needs is a set of new Autolite spark plugs. See one of the thousands of Autolite service stations or your local car dealer or serviceman. Let them help you care for your car for your country. The play, Arch Oboler's radio dramatization of a famous Jack London story. The players, Mr. Ronald Coleman and his guest, Miss Irene Dunn.
This is a story about another time. Perhaps you remember it.
The stock market? Sure, I'll tell you. It's going to go up and up. The sky's the limit. Mussolini? Sure. I'll tell you, he's okay. He's got all the trains over there running right on time. Hitler? Never heard of him.
Yes, another time, when the world was every man's own oyster, and people like Mr. and Mrs. Donald Duncan sailed the 7 seas of adventure in their trim seagoing schooner, the Samoset.
Coil your mainsail halyards.
Aye, aye, sir.
Well, then, the squall's over. Clear sailing.
She's a wonderful ship.
6 months ago, you said she was foolishness.
6 months ago, I was foolish. Donald, I love you very much for bringing me out here. Let's keep cruising till we're 80 or 90.
We got supplies on board for exactly 1 more month. If we don't put into port by then, you and your Kanaka cook will be serving up fried seawater.
Don, you tired of all this already?
Oh, but heavens no. It's just that I think we ought to make for land soon. Our esteemed captain has been drinking again.
But that's no reason to turn back. Talk to him.
More talk, eh?
Darling, there isn't anything in the world that can't be solved if there's a meeting of minds.
That's a familiar tune.
No, I'm serious. Captain Detmar drinks because there's something inside of him that's disorganized.
Captain Detmar drinks because he's a scoundrel who got on board this ship at Tahiti under false pretenses.
But I insist, if you'd reasoned with him...
Reason? My dear seafaring little wife, will you ever learn that there are people in this world beyond all reason? It's too late to talk reason with them. You'd have to talk to the mothers who bore them, to the people they grew up among. And your missionary work would have to start with the children they once were.
You're a very persuasive man. But I say let's keep on sailing. I'm not afraid of Captain Detmar. I think he's just a muddled, unhappy man.
I don't know.
Happy birthday, Miss Duncan. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much, all of you. That was the most beautiful birthday serenade I've ever had.
We are very happy with you, Miss Duncan.
That's very sweet of you, Lee Goom.
Lee taught the Kanaka boys the words. They didn't dare rehearse while you were topside.
So that's what all that mysterious moaning was about. And I thought they were seasick.
Hey, one of you boys, come on topside.
You better go up, Lee, and see what the captain wants.
Yes, Mr. Duncan.
Darling, you give the boys their presents. I think I'll take Captain Detmar some of these cigars.
All right, if that's what you want to do.
That's what I want to do.
All right, boys. In honor of Mrs. Duncan's birthday, we have a few presents for you. Toyama, this clasp knife is for you. Paomoto, here's a dress for your wife. This watch is for...
Captain Detmar. Captain Detmar.
Are you calling me, Mrs. Duncan?
Yes. I thought you'd like to have some of these cigars.
Okay.
I'm sorry you couldn't come down to my party.
Don't believe in mixing with this kind of a crew.
I don't understand.
Chinese and Kanakas.
But Lee Goom is a wonderful little man. And there are no cleaner, finer specimens in the world than the Brown boys.
Maybe I don't look at it the way you do.
I'm afraid you don't. Captain Detmar, why are you always... No, it's too lovely a night to discuss anything but that lovely moon.
Why don't you say it?
What?
What's wrong with me?
Well, I would like to know.
You.
What did you say?
You heard me, you. You're what's been wrong with me ever since I stepped on this boat.
Well, what have I done?
Sure, Kanakas are all right. That's being democratic. But me, even when I'm talking to you, I'm not good enough for you to listen to me.
You're not drunk.
No, I'm not drunk. If you're a woman, I'm talking to you like a man. I looked at you. I wanted you.
Good night, Captain Detmar.
Wait.
No, let go of me.
I've thought about you.
How foolish this is. My husband will come on deck any moment.
And if he doesn't?
Captain Detmar, I know this is all part of your general unhappiness and confusion over something I don't know anything about. Tomorrow I wish you'd talk to me. Perhaps I can help you. Meanwhile, I want to go below.
The devil with you.
How
You walk
dare
around
you?
the deck for every Kanaka to
Let
look at
go.
you. Sure, I
Let
don't
go.
want you. Don't even
No.
want you around.
No.
Get off my boat.
Captain Detmar! Captain, that scream.
Mrs. Duncan, she fell overboard.
The lifebuoy. And here, swim for this. Detmar, drive over to starboard and come into the wind. I'm going in after her. And where?
Don, here. Don.
Hello. Isn't it a little late for swimming?
Oh, Don.
They'll pick us up. Hold on to the buoy.
Yes.
We'll be on board in a few minutes, Wes. Well, what's that lubber doing? He's driving to port when I told him starboard. Detmar! Detmar, over here! Over here! Ahoy! Detmar! Over here! Oh, what's he making such a racket for? How can he hear me?
He's doing it because he doesn't want the crew to hear you.
And what do you say?
He doesn't want to pick us up. Don, he threw me overboard.
Anne!
It's the truth. You should have stayed on board.
Right. Look. He's deliberately working around us into windward. Ahoy! On board! Help! We're here! Help! 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 And after all these years, it pains me very much to tell you that you married a fool. Only a fool would have gone overboard as I did.
I love you very much, Don. Don.
I thought you were asleep.
Can't.
The straps on the buoy. They'll hold you. Close your eyes. Rest.
What chance have we being picked up?
Somewhere on this ocean is a ship headed right for us. I know it. Now, I'm going to sleep. You too, Anne. Good thing it's warm. Wonderful bed, the ocean. It's over 2,500 miles between Tahiti and New Zealand. And those Polynesians used to find their way without the aid of a single instrument. Stars, flight of birds, insects, they used them all and made their way with as much sureness as if they were on an ocean liner with a radio compass. Anne, are you listening to me?
The sun. How quickly it rises.
It'll be a wonderfully clear day. Visibility for miles. What are you thinking?
I was wishing my brain was equipped with wireless. I'd signal that rescue ship to hurry. I'm very tired. Don.
I'm sorry, darling. I guess I fell asleep.
I shouldn't have wakened you, but I dreamt I was alone.
I'm here.
Yes.
The path of the moon on the water is like a silver street. I was dreaming about it.
Were you?
When I was very small, I used to think that if one knew how, you could walk along the moonlight.
Donald, tell me.
What?
What chance have we? The truth.
Not a steamer route or a trade route crosses this stretch of the ocean.
Sure.
Sure.
One chance in 10,000.
1 in 10,000.
I'll wait.
Mind if I wait with you?
Don.
Yes?
My head. I don't know how much longer.
And just hold on. The water's warm. I'll try to hold you up higher.
Listen to me. When the sun starts burning again, maybe I'll be talking foolishness. Now, I know what I want to tell you.
Yes, Anne?
I'm very grateful.
Grateful?
I've been very happy with you.
If I could hold you.
The first time.
What?
The first time we were together, you said that.
Did I?
Yes.
It's wonderful.
What?
All these years together, I still can look at you and...
What stars are those?
I don't know.
You're not looking.
I want to keep looking at you.
I'm so frightened.
Try to sleep. Try.
Don.
Yes?
It must be terrible to die alone.
The sun's so hot. And if I only had something to cover you with. And you're sleeping? Yes. Sleep, Anne. Sleep. The sky is filled with suns. Look at the man. 1,000 suns. 1,000. Moving. Round. And around. And around. Look, Anne. Look. I can't see you anymore, and my eyes got to see you. Open eyes. And look. And wake up. And look. A ship. I see a ship.
It was a cold-blooded, deliberate attempt to murder you both. Oh, I assure you, Mr. and Mrs. Duncan, that if and when this Captain Detmar brings your ship into this port, you can depend on it that he will be dealt with to the fullest extent of the law.
Thank you very much, Mr. Langford.
Not at all. As His Majesty's representative, it is my duty to see that the man is properly dealt with.
I'm sure he will be.
Now, do go on with your story. So, the impossible happened, and that cruiser with that scientific party off its course sighted you and picked you up.
Yes, very simply, that's it.
I suppose you might call it another miracle of the South Seas. In my 30 years' residence here, I've become quite accustomed to it. Mr. Duncan, what is it? Your face.
Look out there!
Huh?
Don.
Why, what? What? I can't make anything out.
That boat just put into the harbor is my ship, the Samoset. And there's the launch over the side. And Captain Detmar dropping into it.
Yes.
By George.
If I don't miss my guess, he's coming back here to you to report our deaths.
I jived over and went back across the very spot, but there was no sign of them. I called and called, but there never was any answer. I tacked back and forth for 2 solid hours and then hove to till daybreak and cruised back and forth all day. 2 men at the mastheads. Oh, it's terrible. Terrible. Mr. and Mrs. Duncan were splendid people. I don't think I'll ever recover from the... Mr. Duncan.
How kind of you to remember me, Detmar.
I did my best to pick you up, sir.
Mr. Langford, would you mind very much stepping out of the room? Captain Detmar and I have a number of things to discuss. And there are a number of things my wife wants to discuss with you.
Oh, yes, of course. Of course. Yes, Mrs. Duncan? You wanted to speak to me?
Yes. Do you mind if I stand by the door?
Door? Oh, not at all, not at all.
Thank you.
Oh, what in the world?
Now, Mr. Consul, don't excite yourself.
But they're fighting in my office. They're fighting.
Yes, that's right.
But it's not permissible. Now, Mrs. Duncan, I must ask you to let me in there.
And I must refuse you.
Yes, but...
No, please listen to me. Just a few days ago, I told my husband that there wasn't anything that couldn't be solved with the meeting of minds.
Oh, Mrs. Duncan, I beg you, listen to them. Won't you please go in there and restrain your husband?
When he told me that there were people in this world beyond all reason, either because of the twists of their minds or the society they were born into, or the false words they'd listened to that made them creatures of unreason, I didn't believe him.
Yes, but...
I believe him now. When you're facing vicious unreason, words and ethics and logic and good faith don't mean anything. No, I don't think I should restrain my husband. Sometimes you've got to use bare knuckles.
You have just heard Mr. Ronald Coleman and his guest star, Miss Irene Dunn, in a dramatization by Arch Oboler. While our Autolite Transoceanic hookup is being set up for our stars to speak with the American flyers in Honolulu who requested tonight's play, Mr. Coleman has a word for you on the home front.
The other day I came across a small item in the morning paper. It wasn't an important item, just a few lines in small type tucked away, page 3 or 4. And it simply told how a detachment of American troops in New Guinea had captured and successfully held hill number something or other.
I don't recall reading that, Ronnie.
Well, very few people did, Irene. And with so much going on in the world, I suppose it was a relatively unimportant engagement.
Then why did it disturb you?
Well, because I saw behind those printed words a picture of American boys going into battle. I thought of men charging up a hill for us and for the sort of world they want to live in.
And they wouldn't have been successful if they hadn't had the equipment.
Exactly.
Our boys are willing to fight for us, but they must have the implements of war to win the war. The way to ensure this is quite plain. We can help to arm and supply these boys by investing all we can in the 4th War Loan. To give for victory is little enough. To invest for victory is the privilege of free men and women.
Thank you, Irene. Thank you very much. And now we on the home front are going to have the rare privilege of talking to 2 winners of the Distinguished Flying Cross. We have been in cable communication with these boys, but now by transoceanic radio we're going across the Pacific to Honolulu to speak to Captain Homer V. Cook and Lieutenant Lytton F. Blass. Engineer, are all those frightening gadgets in the control room working?
Yes, sir. Ready with your call, Mr. Coleman.
I get to say hello first, Ronnie. Now, you promise.
All right, Irene, you're on.
Now?
The line between Hollywood and the Hawaiian Islands is open.
All right, go on, try it.
Hello, Lieutenant Blass. Hello, Lieutenant Homer Blass. Can you hear me?
Hello, Miss Dunn. Hey, it's wonderful.
What's wonderful?
Listening to a woman from home.
Lieutenant Blass, this is Ronald Coleman. Is Captain Homer V. Cook there?
I'm right here, Mr. Coleman. Have you got any news from Porterdale, Georgia, for me?
Sure enough. We talked to your family last night, and they're all well. And mighty happy because your brother, Captain James, was home on leave with them.
So, what were they eating?
What did you say?
I said, what were they eating?
Well, I've got the Cook family menu right here. You're going to get the same thing twice daily when you get home.
Country sausage?
Country sausage.
Sorghum syrup?
Sorghum syrup.
And I bet potato salad, French fried potatoes, and coffee.
Well, you're reading my mind.
Wait a minute, Captain Cook. I'm surprised at you. You've left out the most important thing of all.
Yeah? What's that?
The dessert. Your mother's fresh-baked apple pie.
Oh, mammy.
Captain Cook, now that you've been well fed by wireless, how about Lieutenant Blass?
This is Lieutenant Blass. You know, I just got back from Guadalcanal, and there's something very important I'd like to know.
You name it, Lieutenant.
Just what happened to Mrs. Pruneface and Dick Tracy?
Well, I'm a Terry and Pirates fan myself, but Mr. Coleman here is in charge of our Dick Tracy department. Speak up, Ronnie.
Well, as I remember it, Mrs. Pruneface was knocked off.
Did Dick Tracy do it?
He did not. The mayor's wife got out of a wheelchair and shot her in the swimming pool.
Does that take care of the Dick Tracy department, Lieutenant Blass?
Yes, thank you. Now I can sleep nights.
One thing more, Lieutenant. Confidentially, and I hope no one's listening, but Dick Tracy is now having a little trouble with a man named Flattop, a most unpleasant character.
Well, you just tell him to hold out till I get there.
Captain Cook?
Yes, Miss Dunn?
I've got another message for you from Porterdale, Georgia. They're having a big war bond celebration this week in the gym. And they all know, of course, that you won the Distinguished Flying Cross for your dive bombing work at Guadalcanal, and they're listening in now for a few personal words from you.
Well, I don't know what to say.
I'll say just what you feel, Captain.
All right. I'd like to thank you folks. I'd like to thank you for the plane I fly. I know it's the best because you made it the best. And if anybody thinks that war bonds aren't important to us in the fighting zones, just tell them that they are wrong. Tell them that you heard that direct from us boys in VMS B-231, and we ought to know.
The folks in Porterdale, Georgia will remember that, Captain, and so will we.
Lieutenant Blas, we're sorry we couldn't get through to your hometown in Garrettsville, Ohio, to talk to your father. Is there anything I could do for you?
I'll say there is. Miss Dunn, I remember going to a movie at home and hearing you sing. It would be like a letter from home if you'd sing for me now. Could you?
Well, it would be an honor. We're practically out of time, so I'll just give you a few bars of a very sweet, sentimental song that's sweeping the country. Mr. Jenkins, if you please. There's and little Lambsy-Divey, a kiddly-divey too, wouldn't you? There's and little Lambsy-Divey, a kiddly-divey too, wouldn't you? How's that, Lieutenant?
Swell, Miss Dunn. There's a sentiment I'll really cherish.
Boys, there's only another moment. Is there anything else we can do for you?
Just this, Mr. Coleman. You might tell the folks that a part of that citation they gave me belongs to all the folks that helped build the equipment I was flying, and all the folks who bought war bonds to pay for it.
We'll tell them, Lieutenant.
Well, looks like our time's up. Thanks, Mr. Coleman and Miss Dunn. Thanks from both of us to both of you.
Thank you.
Good night, boys.
Good luck. Ladies and gentlemen, the Trans-Pacific Circuit is broken, and 2 American boys, somewhere in the Hawaiian Islands, turn back toward their job of winning our war. 2 American boys. And if Miss Dunn and I have given them a few minutes of entertainment with our play acting, we're very happy. And they will all be grateful to you if you carry through in your task of providing them with fighting equipment. Bonds will back their attack.
Next week, Autolite cordially invites you to another half hour of Everything for the Boys, your new global half hour uniting the home front and the fighting front. Your host, Ronald Coleman, will be heard in a special dramatization of one of his most memorable roles in James Hilton's Lost Horizon, all at the express command of a group of our fighting men who will listen in and then speak to Mr. Coleman directly from a base in Algiers.
With our most sincere thanks to Irene Dunn for being with us tonight, we leave you now until next week, when at the command of our fighting men from a base in Algiers, we bring you a new Arch Oboler dramatization of Lost Horizon.
The appearance of service personnel on this program does not constitute an endorsement of the product advertised. This program has come to you from Hollywood and Honolulu. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The Creaking Door. Creaking Door. Good evening, friends of the Creaking Door. The Creaking Door is open, so do come in. You're welcome. If you can stand the cold.
Hundreds of friends are simply dying to come here. Harry Logan is a nice young man. Just the sort of person you'd like to invite for a weekend at home. If only the nasty, suspicious police weren't convinced that he's a murderer.
Go through it again, Logan.
There's nothing to add. Nothing.
Who cares? You got time. I'm paid by the police department, so I got time. Let's hear it again.
Lieutenant, I don't want to.
Go through it again, baby. You might even convince me. How'd you like that?
But I know so little. I woke up in this girl's apartment.
Hold it, Logan. How'd you get to the apartment?
I've told you. I don't know. It's all a blank.
I wonder if a grand jury will believe you. Go on.
Well, I woke up in this apartment. It was a nicely furnished place. I'd been sleeping in a chair.
Been there before?
Never. I swear it.
You don't know how you got there. You've never been there before, but you were sleeping in a chair, and Miss Hollister...
Is that her name?
You wouldn't know, would you? You only killed her.
Oh, that's a lie.
Okay. Tell it nicely.
I walked through the apartment and, I found her. She was lying on the bed.
Well, when the doctor got there, she was on the floor.
I explained. You know I explained that.
Don't you know better than to move a dead body?
I didn't know she was dead, I tell you, but she was lying there as if she was sleeping.
And you've never seen her before, never been there before, and this doll is strangled while you're sleeping in a chair. She's wearing a nightdress, and she was strangled, Logan, strangled.
And her name is Hollister?
Marion Hollister, as if you didn't know. A rich girl with rich parents, and they have enough pull at City Hall to put you away for life, just for being there. Want to change your story?
I can't change it. That's the way it happened.
What do you remember immediately before you found yourself in this apartment?
The last I remember is getting off the subway train at City Central. I was walking up the escalator and... there was a girl.
Oh, there was a girl, was there? You missed that bit out. Where was she?
She seemed to be sick. She was leaning against the wall of the station just beyond the escalator, and I think I stopped and asked her if I could help.
And you remember nothing more?
No, not a thing.
This is a highly likely story. Let me tell you, Logan, amnesia has been put forward as a defense in a score of murder cases in the city. It has succeeded twice. Both times with girls so pretty that they'd have got away with it if they'd been caught with a smoking gun in one hand.
I can't help it. I'm telling you the truth.
Okay. I'm going to put you back in a cell. Maybe you can remember a little more. Officer, take this man away. Coming. Chief, I hate to say this at my time of life, but I have a sneaking feeling this guy, Harry Logan, is telling the truth from the Hollister case.
He just happened to get in this apartment where she was killed, and he can't remember a thing.
He says he saw a girl in the subway. She was sick, or so he thinks.
Oh, so he thinks.
Yeah.
How did he get to the apartment? How did he get in?
Oh, we don't know yet. But there's something we do know. Logan's hands don't fit the prints on the Hollister girl's neck. She was strangled by a much larger man.
I tell you what, Carly. If you can't tie this guy Logan with a kill, let him run for a while and we can find out how he goes. Have him followed. None of it makes sense, none of it. How did he get into that apartment?
Well, maybe, Chief, if we follow him long enough, we'll find out.
Have you asked him to identify the body?
No, but we'll do that before we turn him loose. Maybe we can learn something from his reaction.
And here, Logan.
Is this the morgue?
It's not the art museum. Over here. Now, did you ever see her before?
Well, it's horrible. Horrible.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. I asked her if you'd ever seen her before.
No, never.
Not to my knowledge.
Sure?
Sure as I can be. Lieutenant Cowley, this is like a nightmare.
Okay, son, come upstairs to my office. I want to show you pictures of how she was when she was still alive. Well, recognize her?
No, I'm sorry to say I don't.
Was she the woman in the subway?
I don't know. You know how it is there, all darks and lights. I just don't know.
Don't worry, then. Maybe we'll discover something. You're in the clear, son. Just go on your way.
What? Why, thanks. I don't understand what happened. I don't understand at all. It's a mystery to me.
Yeah, me too, son. Maybe one of those cases nobody can ever explain. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see.
Bartender, give me a beer and a sandwich.
Coming up, buddy.
Thanks. Send it over the table there.
Hello?
Beat it, sister.
I only wanted to thank you for what you did for me that night in the subway.
In the subway?
Yeah. I fainted and you helped me.
Who are you?
The name doesn't matter.
Sit down. Have a drink.
Not now, thank you.
The hat's hiding your face. I don't recognize you.
I'll take it off. There. Is that better?
But you're Marion Hollister.
Why not?
Why not?
Beer and sandwich, 80 cents.
The girl here. Where did you go?
What girl? I don't see no girl, mister.
Lieutenant Carley, I know you think I'm crazy, but this is on the level. I saw her. I spoke to her.
Marion Hollister is being buried today.
How did you identify her?
My father made the identification, but we checked her fingerprints. They're on record. She knocked a guy over with her car 3 years back. Got away with a rap, although I think she should have gone to jail. Now, just take it easy, son.
But what happened then?
Oh, you've been under a bad strain, boy. Been in jail, accused of murder. Well, you got a dream or a hallucination or something, that's all.
Or somebody was impersonating her. She was exactly like her photograph.
Just take it easy, son. Where was this bar you were at?
Murphy's on the corner of Main and 60th.
No, I can't see a girl like Marion Hollister going in a place like that. Now, we're busy on the case. I'll talk to the bartender later. Just you go home and relax.
But it was her. I tell you, it was her. And if you aren't going to do anything about it, then I will.
Okay, have a drink on the house. Beer?
I'm not a cheap cop.
Scotch, then?
I don't want a drink.
What is this, mister? Hold up. Oh, I get it. I pay you or you raid the place. Your business is lousy. The most I could go is $50.
Look, I want information. A guy named Logan was in here the other night.
Yeah, that's right.
How'd you know his name's Logan?
Wait, one of the reporters told me. One of the newsmen.
You served him a beer at his table. Was a dame with him?
I never saw a dame.
You sure?
Sure, I'm sure.
Get your jacket, Buster. I'm taking you seats.
See, what is this?
Ask for questioning. Are you coming quietly or in two pieces?
Oh, I'll come quiet. Cops. You can't win with cops.
Mr. Parmenter?
That's me, son.
You're the crime editor of the Banner?
Yeah. I know your face. You're the guy that was picked up as a suspect in the Hollister case. Then you're released. I'm sorry. You're yesterday's news.
I want to know something about Marion Hollister. what kind of a woman she was.
Yeah, come in my office. Take a seat. You got anything to tell me we don't know?
What kind of person was she, the Hollister girl?
Between you and me, strictly a hot rod. A poor little rich girl.
Could you be more specific?
Oh, I'd lose my job. Her dad owns half this city and half this newspaper. Now, look. She lived for the kicks, drink or drugs or anything else. It was all the same to sweet little Marion.
She didn't look that kind of girl.
Oh, so you did see her?
Only her picture.
She was arrested once for driving stinking drunk. She killed a guy. Her old man even sprung her on that one. She had a sweet face. No heart.
Was there anywhere specific that she used to frequent?
Fellini's gambling club on the east side. Duke Fellini was said to be her special boyfriend, but don't quote me. Say, what is this anyway?
Oh, it's only that I saw her ghost. I'll let you know if I hear anything.
I don't think Logan believes in ghosts, do you? But after all, he saw the girl dead. The fingerprints checked. Fingerprints don't lie, but ghosts do. They lie uneasily in their grave.
This Fellini's club?
Sure.
Where's Fellini?
Not here. We're closed.
Where does Fellini live?
How should I know?
I'm a friend of his.
Who cares?
How much?
$50.
Spring a 10 spot.
Hand it over.
There. Now talk.
13 Wilshire Chambers. That's an unlucky number.
Come on. Come on. What do you know? Wasn't even luck. What? Police? Give me Lieutenant Carley. Hello, Carley? I'm in the apartment of Carlo Fellini at 13 Wilshire Chambers. Come over quick. Fellini's dead.
Okay, but in future you don't play cops and robbers, Logan. That's my job.
How did he die?
Shots about 3 days back. Know the guy?
Of course not.
You don't know anybody, do you?
No, I don't know anybody.
That beats me. No kidding. Police have identified her by her prints. And you say you saw her. Or her ghost.
And now they find Fellini dead.
Well, let's go down to the library. Check everything we've got on this girl. Now, here we are. This is the driving case, just like I said. Oh, here's an item, though.
You found something?
It's probably nothing. It's just an item about her personal maid being arrested for possessing drugs. Released in the custody of Miss Hollister. And there's a note to say the maid appeared in court in a mink coat and crocodile shoes.
Suppose the maid is posing as her. Now she's dead.
Why should she do that?
Well, how do I know? Have you got the maid's home address?
Oh, for you, anything. Here it is. 7 Links Boulevard. That's out in Karnowski in the sticks.
Thanks.
Her name is Ellis, Mary Ellis. Well, thanks for the Fellini story. Let's know if you come across anything.
Right. I owe you that much. Perhaps you've laid a ghost for me.
What do you want?
I want to discover the whereabouts of Miss Mary Ellis. I understand she is about to inherit some money under Miss Hollister's will.
Don't lie to me. Marion wouldn't have left Mary a red cent. Mary was fired long since. What is it, debt?
No, not debt. Is Mary Ellis here?
You're looking at her. Come in.
Thanks.
Now then, what is it?
You look rather like Marion Hollister, don't you?
A bit.
Where's the mink coat?
Gone to the pawn shop. What's it to you?
Mary, who killed Carlo Fellini?
Oh, is that rat dead? Good riddance.
I think Mary Hollister killed him, don't you? Then she was killed herself by one of Fellini's gangsters. And you've been impersonating her for some reason. Now, why?
Oh, go fry an egg.
Would you rather tell me or the police?
What's the diff? I don't know a thing about it. I got nothing to hide.
I'm going home now. If you want me, my telephone number is Chenal 337. Make a note of it.
I'll write it on the Hudson River and forget it.
That might be your hard luck. I live at the Harvey Hotel, room 61. That's in Mayshire.
I don't care if it's in the Bronx.
Someday you may just care. Someday you may wake up dead, the way Mary Hollister did. Now you just think about it.
I'll give you 2 seconds consideration. Now beat it.
Thanks. For nothing.
You can see yourself out, but don't scratch the woodwork.
Logan here, room 61.
This is Marion Hollister, Mr. Logan.
I don't know what the game is, honey, but Marion Hollister is dead. And I don't believe in ghosts.
Don't you, honey? Perhaps you should.
Whoever you are, what do you want?
To talk to you. Come over to the apartment. Where you found me.
Sure. And I'll bring the police with me.
Oh, I wouldn't do that, darling, if I were you.
Why not?
Because they wouldn't find anything there. Are you coming?
Okay. I'll be along.
I'll leave the door off the latch.
I'll be seeing you. Police? Give me Lieutenant Carley. Hello, Carley. I just wanted to tell you that I've got a date with a dead woman.
Ninth floor, mister.
Thanks. Anybody there? Where are you, Marion? Where are you?
I'm here, darling.
Where?
Here I was before.
No.
Don't you like me?
The same black negligee, the bruises?
Darling, I want you to forget me. Please. I can't rest while this goes on. Please let me sleep in peace.
Come on, boys. Come on. Where's the light switch? Huh? Oh, here.
She was here. Huh? I tell you, she was here. Just like it was that night. She was here and she was dead.
Look, I don't know what this is all about, but I'm going to find out. Sergeant Wells,
yes, sir?
Search this place, find out how that woman escaped.
I'll take you.
Logan, if this is all a figment of your imagination, there'll be trouble. I'm warning you.
I don't know anymore. I just don't know. Maybe I'm going mad.
Well, go back to your hotel, Logan. Keep off the streets. You may be in danger.
I'm in danger. I'm going out of my mind. Hey, what is this? What are you doing here?
Don't you like me? Even a little?
You're real. You want a ghost?
No. I'm not a ghost, Logan. I'm Marion Hollister.
That's impossible, and you know it.
I was Mary Ellis, too. See yourself out and don't scratch the paintwork.
But the Hollister girl's fingerprints were checked.
Oh, surely. But you see, I was on a drunken driving charge. My maid looks a lot like I do. That's why I chose her. She could always give me an alibi. Well, I paid her well to stand in for me. It was her fingerprints they took, not mine.
Then the real Mary Ellis was the dead girl in your apartment.
That's right. My money comes from my dad. When I went to Fellini's place, Mary was seen around as me. I'd been forbidden to visit Fellini. Poor Carlo. I killed him. I killed him with this gun.
Put that thing away.
I shot Carlo because he was through with me. All he ever wanted was money and more money. He called me names that night. Carlo has a brother. Carlo's brother has big hands. Poor Mary Ellis. She did look like me.
Give yourself up. If you explain it...
Oh, it won't help now. I was going home by subway, and I suddenly felt faint. After all, I just shot Carlo. You wanted to help me, and that was all. But I couldn't let you give evidence later that you'd seen me. That would have placed me too near to Fellini's place.
What happened to me?
I asked you to take me home. Then I rang a certain doctor I know. He just hypnotized you, that's all. Told you to forget and sleep. Logan, if I'd have gone into my bedroom, I'd have seen Mary Ellis dead. I didn't. Not till later. Then I couldn't move you, and I had to leave you there.
And now?
I tried to make you think I was my own ghost and shake you off the trail. I made up as Mary Ellis in case the police went to question her. They didn't. You turned up. But you didn't really believe in ghosts, did you?
I began to, at the end. How did you get out of the bedroom?
Oh, I just slipped past the police in the dark. Well, I decided to shoot myself, but the game isn't played out yet. It might be easier to shoot you.
You're only making it harder for yourself. You know that. I don't think they'll do much to you for shooting a rat like Fellini.
Sorry, Logan. You were good to me. You liked me, even. But I'm rotten, and I always was, and I'm going to do the selfish thing to the end.
Put it down!
Yeah, put it down, Miss Hollister. You see, Logan's been close-tailed ever since we let him out of jail.
Well, here goes nothing.
Grab her, you
You rat. You stopped me doing the only decent thing I ever tried in my whole life. I hate you. I hate everybody.
It'll pass, Marion. Everything does. Things can get better for you. Believe me.
Dear me, what sort of a world is it when you can't even trust a ghost? It isn't the sort of thing we'd stand for behind the creaking door. This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door, of course.
The Creaking Door.
Now for the radio program that has rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program. The mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. And I'll tell you why. It's because you know who's guilty. You see his every move. You know his complete plans, even his innermost thoughts. Yet the final curtain always brings a startling surprise. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. Yes, friends, it's the Whistler for the tops in entertainment. And for the tops in gasoline quality, it's Signal. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly independent signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Trio of Rogues. For 10 years, she had been Mark Hartwick's private secretary. Standing now in the wings of the small-town auditorium, Miriam Wells could close her eyes and still see every expression, every gesture made by the speaker on the stage. She could put her hands over her ears, still know every word and how he said it in that booming, driving voice that somehow managed to hypnotize people at the polls.
By your great power of vote, you send me to your state assembly. I say here and now that I shall not let you down. Because I know and believe that the smallest city helps to make the greatest state. I intend to cut loose and terrorize the confusion and the red tape. Pinpoint the problems right down to the needs of places like this.
Smiling, Miriam Wells turned and hurried to one of the backstage dressing rooms where Joe Crane, Hardwick's campaign manager, sat pecking away at a typewriter.
Well, don't tell me you're writing a new speech.
Just brushing up the old one for the next time.
Oh.
Hey, how do you spell prestidigitation?
Oh, now really, Joe. Prestidig.
Never mind. How's the big boy doing?
He has a meeting out of his hand. What else?
You know something, baby? He's going to make it. Come election time, he's going to make it.
Give me a cigarette, will you, Joe?
Sure, here you are.
Thanks.
Yes, sir. And this is only the beginning. In a few more years, our Mr. Hardwick...
Yes, Joe.
Yeah.
You were saying?
I'll let you in on something, sweetheart. Mark got a phone call this morning from Judge Cantrell. The old gent's been quite impressed with our tour. Seems he's been interested in Mark for some time, too.
Judge Cantrell?
You know how Mark stacks up with the voters. They love him. There isn't a cleaner record in the state.
And if the judge backs him, who knows? Our Mark may wind up in the governor's mansion in another 5 years.
Right. That's why this election's important. If Mark makes it, he is on his way. Nothing will stop him.
How nice. How very nice.
What are you grinning about?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking how well things have turned out for Mark. And, well, for us too, Joe.
Huh?
I've been looking forward to this moment for a long time, Joe. A very long time. Mark's career means a lot to me.
Joe doesn't really understand, does he, Miriam? But he will before long. Yes, you do want Mark to succeed, don't you? Because you know that when he does, you'll be able to turn his power to your advantage. That's why you've waited patiently. Waited for the right moment to start your plan into action. Now that moment is close at hand. And when at last the tour is over and you've returned to the home office, every day brings the promise that it's going to be worthwhile.
Well, Joe, Miriam, we've got him. Yes, sir, I'd say we're in.
I could have told you that before you started.
Yeah, it was costly, but effective. Very effective. You've done a grand job for me, kids. I want you to know I appreciate it, and I won't forget it. Okay. When you get to be governor, can I have a deputy sheriff's badge? We'll see, Joe. We'll see. Oh, by the way, has the guard sent my car around? And here's your copy of the speech for the group luncheon. I've hopped it up a little. Good. Sprinkle a few jokes here and there. Always goes over big with the boys, you know. Well, I'd better be on my way. Oh, Miriam, we're donating $1,000 to the Boys League. It's the judge's idea.
I'll get the check right out.
Hey, will someone come around to pick it up? Maybe we can work out a little ceremony of some kind. I'll get pictures. No. Make it the simple treatment. Mail it to him, Miriam.
All right, Mark.
Well, see you later.
Mark must have an awful lot of money. Take that wall safe over there. You know it's close to $100,000 in that?
You've been peeking over his shoulder whenever he opens the safe?
I don't have to. He got a little overexcited one day a long time ago when I first came here to work. He was sort of careless. I got the combination.
Oh?
Want to look at all that money, Joe?
What good would it do?
Money fascinates me, Joe. I like to look at it. Come on.
Hey, look, suppose he comes back
He
in.
won't. Stop worrying. Oh, those beautiful little packages.
5, 10, 20 grand. Oh, no. Put it away. I can't stand
And
it.
stock, bonds. Some look very negotiable. Very.
Close the safe, sweetheart. You're drooling.
Wait a minute. Here. Take a look at this.
Newspaper clipping.
Read it.
Smithtown, Texas, July 15th, 1924. Mineral prospector murdered by partners.
Go on, Joe. Keep reading.
Harry Moore, a local prospector, was found late yesterday at a campsite where he and his partners had been working a claim. Before he died, Moore told Sheriff Gannon that his partners, James Murdoch and Martin Henderson, quarreled with him over distribution of profits, attacked him with a large wrench, then left him to die. The pair fled with the entire proceeds from the sale of the mineral rights. Sheriff Gannon issued a statewide alarm describing both men as over 6 feet in height and weighing close to... Miriam, what is this?
Joe, listen to me. To keep this clipping all these years, wouldn't Mark have a personal interest?
What are you driving at?
Martin Henderson, Mark Hardwick. Get the picture? What is it they say about people usually using the same initials when they pick an alias?
No. Wait a minute.
It could be, Joe. Could be. I've had a lot of time to think it over.
Yeah, sure. Now put this stuff back in the safe, huh?
You want me to lock it up? Forget about this?
What else?
All right, Joe. I'll lock the safe. But you know I won't forget about it. And I don't think you want me to. Do you, Joe?
With the prologue of Trio of Rogues, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. Right now, however, I have good news for some of you contract bridge fans. Possibly you may have stopped by your Signal dealer to pick up one of the bridge lessons, which Signal is giving free, only to find that your Signal dealer was already out of certain lessons. Well, frankly, friends, the demand for these Signal bridge lessons exceeded our expectations. However, I'm glad to be able to tell you tonight that more of these lessons have been printed and are at Signal stations now. So keep in touch with your Signal dealer, and you'll be assured of completing your set of Signal's 6 lessons in contract bridge. What's more, this second printing offers another opportunity for any of you who may have missed this offer previously to still get a complete set of lessons. Written by that famous bridge authority, Robert Lee Johnson, and recommended by none other than Ely Culbertson, these Signal lessons offer not only a challenging review for experienced players, but also an easy way for those of you who have never played bridge before to learn the game. So see your Signal dealer soon. Make sure you have your complete set of Signal's 6 lessons in contract bridge. And now, back to the Whistler.
Your discovery in the safe at the office. It's much too close to what you've been waiting for, isn't it? That old newspaper clipping that Mark has kept so carefully to himself. It holds the story of a murder, doesn't it, Mary? And possibly the key to how you can take Mark's money away from him. It's only a day or two later that you take the first step, a bombshell dropped gently with the hope that it will explode.
Well, how did it work, Howie? He's going over some figures on the campaign fund, Mark. How'd you talk with the judge come out? Oh, fine.
Oh, Mark.
Yes? What is it, Miriam?
There was someone here this morning to see you.
Well, is that so unusual?
Well, I thought so. He was a tramp, sort of, and he claimed to be an old friend. Said he knew you someplace in East Texas. Smithtown.
Smithtown?
Yes. Ever been there, Mark?
Well, what did that man look like, Miriam?
Oh, about your height. Thinner. He had that saggy look like a man who's been much heavier at one time.
Did he say he was coming back?
No, but he did say you'd hear from him. That's why I mentioned it. He somehow gave me the impression he wasn't going to be easy to brush off. Oh, I remember something else. He said he'd been a partner of a man named, Moore, that was it. He said that would mean something to you. Does it?
If you hear from him again, Miriam, I want to see him. Don't let him get away if I'm out. You got that?
Oh, then you do remember him.
Well, maybe, I don't know. But any man who claims, he may be an old friend. You need help or something.
Oh, sure, maybe that's it. Say, it would make good human interest material for Joe.
No, nothing on this, you understand? Joe. Yeah? Here it is. It's one to steer clear of. Keep it away from the press. I'll handle it, don't worry. See that I don't have to. What are you trying to pull? There wasn't any tramp in here looking for him.
No, there wasn't. But he fell, Joe. Hook, line, and sinker.
Okay, so he fell. You've got him thinking his old pal Murdoch's showing up. What happens now?
It's our chance for better things. You see, Murdoch could turn out to be a very greedy man.
Blackmail.
Is that the word? Oh, you can say it prettier, Joe. You're good with words. Coming in with me? The champagne's fine.
You're crazy.
All those piles of bills, Joe. $1,000 ones. Lots of them. Think of it, Joe. Think of it. We could work out a nice little deal for ourselves for years and years. Read it back to me, Joe.
I'm worried about this. They can sometimes trace printing.
Oh, he won't show it to the police. Read it.
Okay. Imagine how surprised I was when passing through town to see your face looking out at me. So now you're Mark Hartwick. Respectable and rich. Well, Mark, I'm sure for old time's sake you'd let an old partner have a few bucks so he can move on and not disturb your new life. 100,000 would set me up fine, so I'll get in touch with you real soon. I call myself John Singer now. You'll know who it is when I sign that name. Sincerely, your old friend, John Singer.
Sounds good, Joe. Nice. Like fine music. Oh, you have a rare gift.
Sure. Now what?
We know it. Then we just sit back and wait. The scream you'll hear will be Mark Hartwick. Want me to get it, Joe?
No, I'll take it. Suppose you finish mixing the drinks, huh?
Okay.
Hello. Joe, this is Mark. Oh, yeah. Well, what's up, Mark? You remember Miriam mentioning some fellow was in to see me last week? Claimed he knew me years back?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I got a letter from him. He needs my help, badly. But he didn't mention where I get in touch with him.
Oh? Well, that's funny. Why doesn't he come around to the office?
I don't know. He may be sick or something. I've got to find him, Joe. He's an old friend. Do you understand?
Yeah, sure. But what do you want?
I want you to attend to it, Joe. Hire a private detective if you have to. Just get me John Singer.
Singer. That's his name?
Yeah, that's the name he's going by. Now, I don't care how much it costs, Joe. Find him for me. And find him in a hurry.
Okay. I'll get right to work on it.
All right. There'll be a nice bonus in it for you, Joe.
Thanks. Of course, Miriam will have to help.
No, I won't forget her either.
I'm sure you won't, Mark.
Good night, Joe.
Well, what do you have to say?
He wants me to hire a private eye to find John Singer.
Here's a drink, Joe.
Thanks. No expenses spared. The boss is very anxious to help his old pal.
What do you think of my idea now?
Time will tell, sweetheart. Time will tell.
A week ought to do it, Joe. I think our pigeon will be ready for us by then.
Hiya, sweetheart. What's up?
Mark's been pacing up and down that office like a caged dinosaur for the past 3 hours. Where's he been?
I told you I had to check the details of the parade for tomorrow
The
night.
parade? Oh, yes. Well, all right. You'd better go in and see him.
Now, look, sweetheart, can't I tell him I found Singer?
No.
But he's driving me nuts. He's hounding me day and night. Where's Singer? Where's Singer?
I said no. The time's not right. Just a sec. Yes, Mark?
Has Joe come in yet?
Just this minute, Mark.
Well, send him in, and you come in too, Miriam. I want to talk to the both of you.
Oh, all right, Mark.
What do you suppose that means?
Well, he probably wants to chew on our fingernails. His own must be all gone by now. Come on.
Come in. Come in. Look, Mark, about Singer, I saw... All right, Joe. All right. Sit down. Sit down, both of you. Sure, Mark. Joe, Miriam, you've been with me a long time, and
Wait a minute. This isn't the axe.
No, nothing like that. On the contrary, I need you now more than ever before. It's about Singer. I know I can trust you, and I'm going to let you in on something.
What's the trouble, Mark?
Here, read this letter. I got it several days ago from Singer. Let me see, Miriam. Blackmail, that's what it is, blackmail. It's going to give me a few more days to make up my mind. $100,000. Yeah.
Mark, why don't you take this to the police?
No, I can't take this to the police. That's the worst of it. There was a little fight down in Texas years ago. A man was killed. It was self-defense, mind you, self-defense. Only I can't prove it. Sarah will ruin me, Joe. You can see now how important it is that we find him.
But, Mark, there's only one way to deal with this sort of thing, and that's to go to the police. Unless you've decided to pay.
Yeah, the police in this town hate my guts.
Then you've decided to pay off?
Joe, there's only one way to stop a blackmailer. And it isn't by crawling to the police or paying him off.
What?
You've got to kill him. Wipe him out like you'd squash a chinch bug.
That's something you hadn't expected, is it, Miriam? Mark doesn't want to pay. He wants to kill. And that doesn't fit in with your plan at all. You have to retreat now, revise your strategy. You wouldn't want to let Joe know you're a little rattled. So you're happy of the chance to think alone. By mid-afternoon, you know what your next move must be. Impatiently, you wait for Joe and Mark to return from the league luncheon. Shortly after 4, the office door opens.
Oh, Joe, I've been waiting.
Howdy.
Oh, hello. What can I do for you?
Well, we just dropped in to see if Mark Hartwick was around.
Oh, he's not. I'm sorry.
Expect him back, do you?
Really don't know. Can I help you?
Well, no. Let's see him, personal.
Oh. Well, if you leave your name, I'll tell him you called.
Any chance of him coming back tonight?
I doubt it. He's scheduled to meet the parade at 7th Street.
Parade, huh? Well, I'll drop around later, just in case.
He may not be able to see you. If you'll give me your...
He'll see me, ma'am. He'll see me.
What makes you so sure? Mr. Hyde was a busy man. Just leave your name.
My name don't matter. Just want to talk to you.
Well, I'm his private secretary. Anything you have to say to him, you can say to me.
Well, maybe. Maybe not. I'll be around later. Bye, ma'am.
That makes everything dandy, doesn't it?
Joe.
So you had company, so I came in the side door. Well, what happens to our plans now?
Why? I'm not worried.
Even after talking to Murdoch?
Murdoch?
Yeah, the man we called Singer in our note. Look, you know and I know that Texas boy didn't show up for no reason at all. It has to be Murdoch. There were 3 of them. Murdoch, Henderson, Moore. Moore's dead. Martin Henderson's our own Mark Hartwick. That leaves Murdoch. You know that as well as I do, and if he talks to
We've got to get to Mark first. Before Murdoch gets around to seeing Mark, we'll be out on the highway headed for parts unknown.
Look, as long as we have the skip, why bother going over to see Mark? The dough is in the office safe. You know the combination.
It isn't here. Mark took the money home with him last night. We'll have to go out there and get it. The plan stands. We're going out to Mark's house. All that's changed is that now we won't be lying when we tell him we found the man called Singer.
boy. You found him. You found Singer.
Yeah, that's right. A couple hours ago on a lead from the detective.
Where is he? Where is that dirty
Now, wait a minute, Mark. You just can't go out and shoot him.
You know a better way?
Well, be smart. After all, a man in your position, you can't take any chances, get involved in a thing like this.
Well, Joe means... we've thought of another angle.
Yeah, what's that?
Joe has already contacted Singer. Arranged to meet him tonight at a quiet little spot outside of town for the payoff.
Payoff? I told you I don't
It won't be the kind of a payoff that Singer expects. You see, Joe's not going to keep the appointment. He's hired someone to take his place. Someone who'll get rid of Singer for you.
You hired a gunman, Joe?
I told him I'd let him know.
Was that smart?
Don't worry. He's not a town boy. He'll blow as soon as the job's over. You won't be involved in any way.
Leave it to Joe. He'll handle the payoff. Everything, Mark.
How much?
50,000.
50,000? Nothing small time about this boy.
That's only half of what Singer wants. And besides, he'd be coming back for more. This way, Mark. 50 grand. You're in the clear.
You won't ever have to worry about Murdoch bothering you again.
No, I won't, will I? All right. I'll get the money, Joe. Just a second.
Oh, I didn't think it would be this easy.
No, neither did I. I'd sure like to be around to see Mark's face when Murdoch shows up.
Well, you can stay if you want, but baby is traveling.
I hope he makes it in small bills. I don't like to handle it.
What's the matter?
Mark, what's the idea with the gun?
Don't you know?
Is this a gag? Put it away, Mark.
Tell me more about Singer, or as you just called him, Murdoch. You talked to him, did you?
Well, sure. I talked to Murdoch. I made arrangements.
You're lying. You found that news clipping in my safe, didn't you? Made up this whole blasted story so you could shake me down. You and Miriam wrote that letter, didn't you? There was never anyone putting the bite on me.
Listen, Mark, you got it all wrong. I was talking to Murdoch a couple of hours ago.
That's right, Mark.
No, it isn't, Miriam. You see, I'm Murdoch. Yeah. You picked me for Martin Henderson because of the initials, didn't you? Well, you guessed wrong, friend.
Mark, you gotta believe me. A guy came around to the office asking for you. If you're Murdoch, then he must be Henderson, and you still need...
No, Joe, I'll bite once, but not twice.
I can prove it, Mark. You left a note. I have it.
Don't do that, Miriam. Just toss that purse to me,
All right, Mark. Here. I've got the gun, Joe.
Okay, come on. Let's get out of here.
Wait a minute.
What for?
Darling, there's an awful lot of money in this house, and baby is not leaving without it.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a word about something free, which can mean a lot of extra pleasure for you if you're planning a trip this Labor Day weekend. Stop by your Signal dealers for one of his new road maps. You'll find Signal's new maps a great help in suggesting interesting places to go and the best way to get there. Being just recently printed, they have all the latest road changes and conditions. They're large size for rapid reading, but have the improved accordion fold for easier handling. And you'll like their many extra features not included in ordinary maps, such as a radio log showing where on your dial you'll find your favorite network programs as you travel. Also, a guide to interesting places to visit, plus a Western States mileage chart. So, for more travel fun this weekend, remember these two tips. Get one of Signal's new maps from your Signal dealer. And, of course, power your car with Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
And so the plan that was set into motion with the discovery of a newspaper clipping linking your boss, Mark Hartwick, with a murder some 24 years ago has finally paid off, hasn't it, Miriam? A plan that only a short while ago seemed doomed to failure as Mark faced you with a gun in his hand after he'd found out you and Joe Crane had been behind the blackmail scheme. Yes, things had looked dark indeed at that moment. And then Joe had changed it all with his fist. Half an hour after you leave the unconscious Mark Hartwick on the library floor of his home, you're driving across town with Joe and $75,000 from Hartwick's safe tucked away in your coat pocket.
Don't look so glum, Joe. It's all over.
Yeah, sure.
man now.
I was pretty near a dead one, though.
Joe, can't you take a shortcut to the highway? There's an awful lot of traffic around here.
Well, I'll turn off at the next corner.
Joe.
What?
Up ahead is... Joe, it's a cop. He's waving us into the curb. Turn around, quick.
Oh, I can't do that. I'll have to pull over.
Jesus, what's happening?
Wait a minute.
A calliope.
Yeah, the parade for March.
Oh, no. What do we do now?
I don't know. Hey, look. I'm going to call a cop over and tell him I'm Mark's campaign manager. Maybe he'll let us through. Officer! Officer! Yeah? Over here. Well, it's Joe. I was hoping I'd catch up with you two. Right nice of you to call the officer over. I planned on his help. Henderson. Henderson? No, we got him long time ago. The name's Blake, Brazos County, Texas. Deputy Sheriff. Mind if I sit in with you? Hey, now, wait a minute. Just picked up your boss, Mark Hardwick, on a 24-year-old murder charge. Turned him over to the local officers. He sure is riled at you two. Says you stole some money of his that he got in Texas. Yes, sir. So mad he didn't care much about his own arrest, as long as I got you two. Well, this is a right nice parade here. Yes, sir. Right nice. You got all idea, Joe?
That whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Story were Doris Singleton, Barney Phillips, and Willard Waterman. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by George and Gertrude Fass, and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Remember, at the same time next Wednesday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now for the radio program that has rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program. The mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. And I'll tell you why. It's because you know who's guilty. You see his every move. You know his complete plans, even his innermost thoughts. Yet the final curtain always brings a startling surprise. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's The Whistler for the tops in entertainment. And for the tops in gasoline quality, it's Signal. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly independent signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Payment in full.
It had been a series of little things, in themselves insignificant, but gradually they had lighted a fuse in John Chapman's mind, touching off the entire sequence of events. Gloria, of course, had been at the center. All through his most recent trial, John Chapman, the noted criminal lawyer, had been conscious of her presence there beside him, sensed her warm interest and admiration. But when at last the case was won, and they were alone again in his office, he was certain she was showing more than just the concern of a devoted secretary.
You look so tired, Mr. Chapman. I think you should rest a while before you go home.
Oh, thank you, Gloria. But my wife will be expecting me.
Will she? Really?
That's a strange thing to say.
Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said anything. Just sit back a minute, Mr. Chapman. Forget this afternoon, the trial and everything. That's it.
You're a wonderful girl, Gloria. Wonderful.
Yes, John, Gloria is a wonderful girl, isn't she? But you remember how you wanted to take her, Gloria, in your arms that day. Tell her about your dreams, your plans for the future. But even now that weeks have passed and you've put your plans into actual operation, you know you can't confide in her. So you park your car and walk along 34th Street alone. Turn in at the little bar and wait quietly until a sharp-faced man slides onto the stool beside you.
All right, Welch. Keep looking straight ahead. But give me what you've got.
Well, I've been following your wife all week, just like you asked. The night after you left town, she went to the Indigo Club. Lost some more money gambling. She talked to a guy named Carlson from out of town.
Yeah, what about?
I don't know. I couldn't get close enough to find out.
All right. I'm interested in Paul Barnes.
Yeah. Nice assistant you got.
Barnes and my wife been seeing each other?
They met that same night in a little Italian joint. But here's the part I don't get. From the next booth, I could hear enough to know he was trying to give her the brush off. Next thing, he's threatening to kill her.
To kill her?
Yeah, that's it.
How did my wife take all this?
Cool as a new bedsheet. But he got a continuance. Yeah, they're talking it all over again tonight.
Yeah, where?
You got a summer place up in Connecticut, huh?
Connecticut? Yes, of course. You've done a good job, Welch.
Yeah. What's the next stop?
I'll worry about that. Unless I need you to testify.
Testify?
Barnes. And those murder threats. How do we know he won't try to carry them out sometime?
I don't know. You answer that question. You're the lawyer.
John. I wasn't expecting you. I thought...
That I was still in Washington? I got back a day early and came on up to Connecticut.
You could have wired.
Oh, no. No, that would have spoiled things. The plans you've made.
Plans?
A friend of mine, Alice, a private detective named Manny Welch. He gave me a very complete report.
Oh, I see. So what's the next move, John? If you think a chief detective is going to get you anywhere in court...
I'm sure he wouldn't. Not with you there.
I could tell them plenty about you. And I would.
I'm sure you would, Alice. We've been through all this before.
You know I'm not letting you get a divorce. So why waste money having your dirty little man follow me around?
Oh, I suppose I should go on endlessly paying your gambling debts at the Indigo Club?
Welch told you I was there, too.
That's right. You talked to a man named Carlson.
Well, since you know about it, here.
Oh, what's this?
A bill from the Continental Jewelry. Mr. Carlson's firm. I owe him $5,000, John. Send him a check, will you?
I have a little surprise for you, Alice. I'm going to pay this without a squawk. Because it's the last time you'll run up a bill of any kind.
Don't be a fool.
Oh, this isn't a sudden thing, Alice. Not the purple rage that swept over so many of my clients.
John, now wait a minute.
You'd be surprised how carefully I've planned this.
You won't get away with it. Paul Barnes is on his way here. He'll find the...
I know that, Alice. That's the way I planned it. And with Manny Welch to testify that Paul threatened you? Neat, isn't it?
John, listen to me.
The drive back to Washington is long and lonely, but you don't mind it, because you've so many things to think about. Things like Gloria and your freedom from Alice. It's a simple matter in Washington to check out of your hotel the following morning. Simple, too, to pretend concern over Alice's whereabouts when you return to New York and check in at your office.
Gloria, did you call the summer place again? My wife might have gone up there for some reason.
I've tried all morning, Mr. Chapman.
No?
I think you should notify the police.
But she... yes, perhaps you're right. I'll do it right away. You say you found her already, Lieutenant Kincaid?
That's right, Mr. Chapman.
But why hasn't she called me? I've been almost out of my...
She couldn't call anybody. Not since sometime last night. Your wife is dead.
Dead?
I sent a man up to your summer place. That's where she was. Whoever killed her used a .32 caliber revolver.
And it was murder?
That's right. And we think we know who did it.
You know...
This may be kind of rough on you, but... Well, you've got a young law associate here. Paul Barnes.
Paul Barnes?
He was in the legal department at the State Bank of New York before he joined your firm.
Yes, I know all that.
He owned a gun. Had to have it around for his work, I guess. It was a .32. Would you mind calling him in here? Now, what about that gun you bought, Barnes? Where is it?
It disappeared from my apartment about a month ago.
Oh, that's so? We might as well tell you we've checked your movements for the past few weeks. You've been seeing Mrs. Chapman. You were even heard threatening her life.
That doesn't prove anything.
I'm not through. You drove over to Connecticut last night. A gas station attendant there recognized the description. You saw her, didn't you?
Yes, I saw her, but she was already dead.
Oh? And you did nothing about reporting it to the police? Or her husband?
I didn't know how to explain being there.
No, I guess not.
But I didn't kill her. I swear I didn't.
You better come along, fella. And it'll be easier all the way around if you tell us the truth.
It's only a week after the funeral, John, that Lieutenant Kincaid and his men have gathered enough evidence to charge Paul Barnes with murder. You wait patiently, finally returning to your desk at the office and to Gloria. You know that it won't be too long before you can be open in your feelings toward her, because the way will be perfectly clear.
I'm glad you decided to come back to work, Mr. Chapman. I've worried about you. But I think this is best.
Yes, I suppose. You know, Gloria, now that it's all over, I realize more than ever that Alice and I should never have married.
I understand.
Do you? You've heard about...
Her and Paul Barnes? Yes.
I wouldn't have believed that. Oh, Alice wasn't a very nice person. She gambled, ran up debts. But Paul, well, I gave him his first real break.
It wasn't his fault, Mr. Chapman, I know. She made a fool of Paul. Mr. Chapman, do you think Paul has any chance of getting off?
Oh, I don't know. I have a very strong case. Good motive. It seems she threatened to tell me about their seeing each other, get him thrown out of the office.
I know Paul's innocent, Mr. Chapman, no matter what they say.
Oh?
And I blame her for everything. What happened doesn't change how I feel about Paul.
How you feel about Paul? Gloria, you're not in love with him.
Yes. It's something that happened just in the last few months. He was involved with her and was trying to get out of it.
Oh, good Lord.
Mr. Chapman, please. I know Paul didn't do this. Will you help him? You're the only one who can.
Help him? Well, how, Gloria?
You could defend him. Take his case.
What?
Please, please, Mr. Chapman. You've won cases that seem more hopeless.
But Gloria, he's charged with the murder of my wife. I couldn't go into court.
You wouldn't have to try the case yourself. You could get another lawyer to do that. But you could save him, Mr. Chapman. You could figure a way. I'm asking you to do this for me.
All right, Gloria. I'll do everything I can to get him off.
With the prologue of Payment in Full, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. Since most everyone who has a car goes somewhere over Labor Day, this coming weekend will be a good opportunity for you drivers to prove for yourself 2 points that you've heard me talk about. One, why Signal gasoline has become famous as the Go Farther gasoline. And two, why Signal says it takes extra quality to go farther. Your speedometer, of course, is the best yardstick of Signal's good mileage. But how can you measure quality? Well, if it's a chill morning up in the mountains and your motor springs to life the instant you touch the starter, there's proof of Signal quality. When you tramp down on the gas pedal and your car spurts ahead of the throng without jerk or hesitation and sails smoothly, silently up the steepest hills in Hyde, there's more proof of Signal quality. Quality that helps you go farther because it helps your motor run more efficiently. Yes, just you go with Signal this weekend, and you'll return convinced that to get the tops in gasoline, there are only 2 things you need remember. One, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And 2, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
It's fantastic, isn't it, John, the way it's working out? Your careful plan to fasten your wife's murder on Paul Barnes, his arrest, and now the shock of learning that Gloria is in love with him, that you'll lose her if you don't try to save him. You've got to make it look good, John, very good. And gradually it comes to you, exactly how to handle the case of the People versus Paul Barnes. And it all hinges around Manny Welch, the private detective you hired.
Mr. Welch, you've heard the arresting officer, Lieutenant Kincaid, testify that you followed Paul Barnes for nearly a week. Under what circumstances were you hired to do this?
She hired me, Mrs. Chapman. She was afraid Barnes would try to kill her.
And on the night she was killed, Mr. Welch, she told you to come to that house where her body was later found?
That's right. She was taking no chances.
Will you tell the court exactly what you did when you arrived?
Well, I was just pulling my car off the road when I heard the shots. I almost jumped through the windshield. Before I could get out of my car, I saw somebody hurrying away from the house. He had a gun.
You're certain?
Positive.
Were you able to get a good look at him?
Sure, he went right past the driveway light.
And can you identify him positively?
That's him right there, Paul Barnes.
You're a witness, Mr. Stacy.
It's amusing, isn't it, John? Watching the attorney you hired to defend Paul stride toward the witness chair. You've coached him very carefully, haven't you? As carefully as you coached Manny Welch. And they both play their parts well.
So, Mr. Welch, you say that you went to that house, and before you could get out of your car, you heard shots.
Well, it happened before I could do anything.
How many shots?
Why, there were 2 shots.
2 shots? Then how do you account for the fact that 5 bullets were found in Alice Chapman's body?
5? You mean 5?
What you heard could have been only the backfiring of a car somewhere on the road. Isn't that possible, Mr. Welch? Isn't it possible that when you discovered Alice Chapman was dead, you let your imagination run wild?
Hey, it's possible, I guess, but
You're doing a lot of guessing, aren't you? It was a dark, cloudy night. And I can prove, Mr. Welch, that driveway light by which you identified Paul Barnes was disconnected.
Well, I'm almost positive there was a light, but...
But come to think of it, you're not certain now, are you?
Yes, but I don't know...
You don't know! And yet, with the defendant's life at stake, you positively identified him. You didn't actually see Paul Barnes leaving that house, did you?
Yes, I did. I saw a man...
So now it's a man, any man. I want you to tell me, Mr. Welch, did you actually see Paul Barnes leaving that house?
Well, I thought it was, but I guess it could have been somebody else.
Ladies, gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor. We find the defendant, Paul Barnes, not guilty. It's a popular verdict with a crowd, isn't it, John? A dozen or more people, friends, newspapermen, cluster around Paul, congratulate him as he stands near the judge's bench, his arms about Gloria. Quietly, you slip out of the courtroom, return to your apartment, to write the letter that will destroy their new happiness. That night, you drop an envelope into a mailbox, an envelope addressed to the Times Press. And it doesn't take long for them to follow up on the letter, does it? The next afternoon, as you leave the office building with Gloria.
My witness disappears, actually. Please look for Manny Welch.
Welch? Mr. Chapman.
Boy, here.
Yes, sir. Here you are. Thanks. Actually, read all about it, Manny Welch.
Mr. Chapman, what is it?
Oh, good Lord. Why, this is ridiculous. They claim Manny Welch perjured himself in Paul's trial. They've got a warrant out for his arrest.
No, I don't believe it. Paul's innocent. Why would Welch have to lie to save him?
Why, I don't know. I don't understand it at all. Oh, well, Paul's free now. They can't change that. That's all that matters.
Free? How can he be free after this? His acquittal was a joke. They'll say he did kill her. No one will believe he's innocent.
Do you?
I've got to find Paul. Talk to him.
Let me in, Counselor.
Welch, you fool. What's the idea of coming to my apartment?
So you read about it in the paper?
Well, yes, of course.
Counsel, there's something screwy about this deal. I've been wondering who it was tipped off the cops.
You should be traveling instead of wondering, Welch.
Costs money to travel.
What happened to the money I gave you a couple of weeks ago?
I had to buy some groceries.
Oh, look, you. I'm not in the mood for that, Welch. I'm going to give you some advice. Now, you get out of town and get fast. I want you to remember one thing. If you involve me in this case in any way, I'll see to it that the DA hears about that little affair you were mixed up with in Scranton. Do you understand?
Sure. I'll play it smart, Counselor, but I sort of hate to blow town without knowing who tipped off the cops about me. It's a thing with me, you understand. I kind of like to know.
Good night, Welch.
Yeah. Good night, Counselor.
You're not really worried about Welch, are you? That he'll talk to the police. Tell them you planted him to wreck the case against Paul Barnes. No, you're confident Welch won't involve you in any way. Because he knows you could send him to prison for life. Your plan has worked out well, hasn't it, John? There's only one last hurdle now. The visit you've been expecting from Lieutenant Kincaid. It comes early the following morning as you arrive at your office.
Welch? Why, yes, Lieutenant. I have been reading about that in the papers. You've found him?
No, the boys are still looking for him.
Oh.
Meanwhile, we've been going on with the investigation. We found that Welch cashed a check. It was signed by you, Mr. Chapman.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's right, Kincaid. That was a payment on a bill he sent my wife for services rendered.
I see. Did the bill come after her death?
I don't know. There were so many bills. Oh, here. I've been swamped with them. Dress designers, antique dealers, nightclubs, everything. Now, this one, for example. Continental Jewelry, $5,000. Ever hear of the Continental Jewelry, Kincaid?
Continental Jewelry? No.
Neither have I. But, as I said, I've already paid the bills. This was the last one. I took care of it a week ago.
Well, sorry I had to bother you, Mr. Chapman.
It's quite all right. You have a job to do?
Yeah, and sometimes it's a job I'd like to drop down the drain. Well, see you, Mr. Chapman.
Uh-huh. Oh, Gloria?
Yes?
Well, I was a little worried when you weren't around this morning.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chapman.
Oh, come in. Is there something wrong, Gloria?
Mr. Chapman, I saw Paul last night at his cabin at Mirror Lake.
Oh, well, what do you have to say?
Not much. He says he knows nothing about Welch or why he lied.
I see.
He was quite upset. I suppose it was cruel of me, but I had to know. I was so confused. He became quite angry with me.
Oh?
I started back to town, but by the time I got to the village, I had to turn back. I couldn't let him go on thinking I didn't believe he was innocent. Somehow I had to make him understand.
You went back to the cabin?
Yes. And that's when I saw them.
Who?
Through the porch window. I saw Paul talking to Manny Welch.
Your plan wasn't so perfect after all, was it, John? You're certain that Welch has told Paul Barnes everything, the whole truth. You leave the office wondering what you can do now, wondering how far Paul Barnes may go in seeking revenge. And then suddenly panic strikes as you hear footsteps behind you. Steady, relentless, keeping pace with you. You feel eyes on the back of your head. For the next 2 days, you hear the footsteps wherever you go. Paul Barnes is following you, isn't he? After what he's learned from Welch, he's going to kill you. Sleep is out of the question, work impossible. And then on the third night, still haunted by the idea that you're being followed, you decide you've got to get away.
Universal Airlines.
Yes, how soon can I catch a plane for Seattle?
Seattle? 1 moment, please.
Hurry, please.
Well, the earliest I can get you space going west is at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, sir. Can I reserve...
All right, that's fine. My name is John Chapman. John R. Chapman. My address...
Yes, sir? Hello? Hello?
Suddenly you drop the receiver into place. You're too late, aren't you, John? Someone has opened the outer door of your apartment. You're sure it's Paul Barnes. Now it's either your life or his. Hurriedly you reach over, snap off the lights. And as the footsteps move toward you, you reach into the desk drawer for a gun. Then sit motionless in the dark, afraid even to breathe.
Come in, Paul. I've been expecting you.
Chapman?
You're not Paul Barnes. Who are you?
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a word about something free, which can mean a lot of extra pleasure for you if you're planning a trip this Labor Day weekend. Stop by your Signal dealers for one of his new road maps. You'll find Signal's new maps a great help in suggesting interesting places to go and the best way to get there. Being just recently printed, they have all the latest road changes and conditions. They're large size for rapid reading, but have the improved accordion fold for easier handling. And you'll like their many extra features not included in ordinary maps, such as a radio log showing where on your dial you'll find your favorite network programs as you travel. Also a guide to interesting places to visit, plus a Western States mileage chart. So for more travel fun this weekend, remember these 2 tips. Get one of Signal's new maps from your Signal dealer. And of course, power your car with Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
It was over now, settled in the harsh finality of sudden gunfire. And the group around the hospital bed was still, tense, waiting, staring at the dying figure before them. It was Lieutenant Kincaid who broke the silence. He leaned over, spoke softly and urgently.
Look, fella, you're not going to last the night. You might as well tell us. Who was in on it with you? Was it Welch?
No, I never heard of him.
I told you, Lieutenant, I had nothing to do with that part of it.
I'll talk to you later, Welch. You've got plenty to explain away. Come on, clear this up, will you? You're slipping away from us, fast. We'll have a report on your fingerprints in another hour, so you might as well tell us who you are.
Okay. I'm Frankie Carlson, the guy that gets him. Only this time.
Yeah. You killed Chapman, but he got you, too. Who hired you, Carlson? Who got you to kill John Chapman? Tell us.
It was his wife.
Mrs. Chapman agreed to send me $5,000. Wanted him out of the way so she could have her cake and eat it, too.
But Mrs. Chapman is dead. Has been for over a month.
I know. When I read it in the papers, I thought the deal was off. And last week, the money come through addressed to the Continental Jewelry Company.
Continental Jewelry? What's that got to do with it?
It's a front. The code Mrs. Chapman and me agreed on. She told me when I got the money addressed that way, I was to go through with the job, no matter what had happened. In my racket, you just don't ask no questions.
But this is impossible. She couldn't have paid you after she was... Hey, wait a minute. Continental Jewelry. Carlson, that check was...
Yeah. That's the funny part of it. The check was signed by Chapman himself.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Boucher and Laurette Philbrand. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Sidney Renthal and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Remember, at this same time next Wednesday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called Clarissa. No, he was dead before the fire started. I've told you that a dozen times. No, I can't prove it, of course not. You'll just have to believe me. Take my word for it. I can't prove he was dead. You can't prove he wasn't. And anyway, what difference does it make? Now, I'm sorry. I can't hear you very well. Yes. Well, all right. It was an old black shell of a house. A house that has lived too long. A house where the floors groaned in pain at night, where the windows shuddered at the gentlest touch of the wind. Where door latches suddenly gave up their grip and let the night come snipping into the house to paw at your eyes and wake you to the other silences that lay around you. It was never warm there. In the winter, old Hyde kept a fire going in the fireplace in the old sitting room, but the logs were scrawny and the draft was bad, and the flames seemed to grudge us their warmth so that we shivered all through the day. We're glad when night came and we could escape to the meager comfort of the drafty bedrooms. And in the summer there was a dampness about the place. An unhealthy clamminess drifted from the walls and stirred uneasily uneasily among the ancient smells of decay that clung to the place. Well, I suppose you could call old Heinz a character. You said you didn't know him? An immigrant from the Rhineland sometime in the early 70s. That would make him, let me see, how old?
Ich war im Rheinland geboren. In der Jahrzeit 1862.
That's right, 1862. He was an old man, but he never appeared old. You might have taken him for a vigorous man of 60. His hair and his scraggly mustache were jet black. I suspect he dyed them regularly. And his blue eyes seemed as keen as those of a boy of 18. And he'd never been away from the house for a single night, he used to say, from the day he bought it and moved into it in 1888. And it was an old house then. Yes, I spent some very dreary days and nights in that house. What? I couldn't afford a better place to live. Well, people don't go to live in a haunted house if they can find another place, you know. Well, yes, of course, I'd heard it was haunted before I went there to live. Do you believe in haunted houses? No. Neither did I, of course. Well, I agree, it did look like a haunted house. I've told you about the sounds in the night. I mean, I've told you about some of the sounds in the night. Yes, of course, there were other sounds. Well, please, let me tell it my own way. Well, Clarissa, for instance. Clarissa in particular. Clarissa above everything else. I had lived there nearly a year. Heinz and I sat that first night alongside the fireplace. I remember he'd asked me to share a bottle of Ben Custer Doctor with him. We sat in front of the stingy little fire. There was a kerosene lamp on the table, and Heinz in his old black coat with the sleeves that were too short.
You like the wine then, Jesse?
Yeah, very much. Very much.
I have not much left. This is from before the war when it was easier to get, you see, but now, well, it is almost their last.
You shouldn't be so generous with it, Hyde.
Oh, no. Good wine always schmeckt besser when with a friend you drink it, nicht wahr? A little more?
Not for a moment, thanks.
Yes, to sit by the fire and look down into the coals and see images of the scenes past. And drink wine and see the images grow clearer. It is good in the old age.
You've lived here alone for a long time?
Yeah, for a long time. Long time. I'm used to it. Used to the nights and the little fire and the silences.
Yes.
It is cold for this time of the year.
Listen.
What's the rose?
Oh, I thought I heard someone singing.
So?
Did you hear anything?
It is Clarissa.
What did you say?
Clarissa, my daughter.
Well, I didn't know you had a daughter, Heinz.
Yes. Willst du more wine?
No, thanks. I haven't seen her around.
No.
Well, is she... Excuse me, Hyde.
You will forgive me, Jesse. She's a child. I do not wish you to be bothered.
Why, she wouldn't bother me, Hyde. I like children.
There's enough left here in the bottle for one more for each of us, huh?
Thank you, Heinz.
Yes? Schlaf wohl.
And I drank the last of the wine with the old man. And then I climbed the creaking stairs to the dreary little room, carrying the kerosene lamp in one hand and casting fabulous shadows on the peeling wallpaper. Seeing the ancient plush-covered rocking chair nodding away at me as I entered the room. As if a startled occupant had suddenly deserted it at the sound of my footsteps on the stairs. And the cold spring rain drenching the window panes. And the murmured complaints of the beams and rafters adventures of the old house. The pleasant, musty fumes of the wine I had drunk kept sleep away for a while when I'd blown out the lamp. The melody of that children's song flowed again across my mind as I lay there. My thoughts wandered to the lonely child that dwelt in the haunted house with the old man and the newcomer student. I smiled to myself as I thought, now that settles the question of the house being haunted, doesn't it? People have heard the little girl singing to herself in the night. They've not known that a little girl lived here, too. And, well, that's the ghost. And I smiled again at superstitions. And another idle thought struck me. I wondered at the child's age. 10 or 12 years old by the sound of her voice. And somewhere in the back of my drowsy mind, I seem to remember that Hyde had told me that his wife had died. Well, was it the year of the San Francisco earthquake? Well, that would be 1906. That would be 42 years ago. And this was a child of 10 or 12. I must have been mistaken. I was getting sleepy. The wine, the rain, the dark. Well, you wanted the whole story. I'm telling it to you. In the morning, Hines was working in his garden, and the early sun made the old house seem a little more cheerful, a little more livable. There was a tinge of green through the gray of the fields that surround the house, and Hines told me he'd seen a robin. I stood and watched him a long time, and I don't think he noticed how my eyes wandered to the windows of the old house, searching for a flash of color that might be a child's hair ribbon, or how I listened for the sound of a young voice singing a little song the children who danced so long ago on the bridges of Avignon. I didn't even notice that I was humming a song under my breath.
Clarissa song, nicht?
What? Oh.
Well, that's Clarissa's song.
That kid used to sing it when I was young.
Yeah, my wife is French. She taught the song to Clarissa.
Oh?
Yeah, it is an old song.
How old is your daughter, Heinz? How old?
Oh, she's young.
Is she pretty?
Oh, yeah. Your breakfast?
Coffee. I found it on the stove.
Clarissa made it.
Oh, did she?
You'd better go to work now, huh?
Yes, I suppose so. You don't need to keep the little girl out of sight on my account, Heinz. I like children.
Oh, she bothers you.
Oh, no, I've got a little sister back home.
Oh, yeah?
Miriam. She's 11.
Clarissa is older.
Oh? Miriam's got bright yellow hair.
Clarissa has dark hair.
Yeah, I got a picture of her here.
Oh, so? She's very pretty. I have no picture of Clarissa.
No, that's too bad.
Well, I'll see you tonight, huh?
Yes? Yes, sure, Hyde. I should have let the thing drop then and there. If the old man felt that children should be kept away from adults, that was his privilege, of course. And although I was often lonely for other company than the old man, I was a dweller in his house, and naturally subject to his wishes. My work? No, I never left the place. My book? Oh, I was writing a book. No, not very exciting. Mathematics. I have some theories. No, the book is gone. The fire, you remember? I could understand Heinz. I thought he obviously had a great respect for a man's work, especially a work of such apparent erudition. I must not be disturbed. I might stay in my room day and night with my slide rules and my profile paper and my broken flower pot full of sharpened pencils. I was not to be disturbed. But how many times I wished for the happy sound of my little sister Miriam's gay laughter. Found myself listening for the lilt of the little girl song that she used to sing, and that Clarissa knew, too.
sometimes wish that I could have sent Clarissa to school, Jesse.
Well, it's too bad you didn't.
Always there is never enough money.
Why, there are schools. Public schools, Heinz.
No, not for Clarissa's free schools.
You know, I wonder.
Wonder?
Well, children are supposed to go to school. I'm surprised that the school authorities haven't been to see about sending her.
The police?
Oh, no, not the police. But there are laws about schools. I mean, you might find yourself in trouble if they discover you have a daughter of school age.
They will come here.
Well, if they find out.
Jesse, you will not tell.
Now, look here, Heinz. You're not being fair to the child.
Yes.
No, really, I mean it. Hasn't she ever been to school?
Well, I teach her a little.
Well, Heinz, it's none of my business. But you're doing her a very serious harm.
No. Listen, Jesse. You don't tell anybody about him.
Well, I don't know, Heinz. If they come and ask me...
Jesse, listen. I tell you something.
Well?
Clarissa can't go to school.
Well, why not? I told you it doesn't cost anything.
It is not that.
Well, then?
She's not well.
Oh, I'm sorry, Heinz. Look, would you like it if I gave her a little of my time and taught her some of the elementary...
No, please, don't.
Well, I'd be glad to.
No.
Well, have it your way, Heinz. I don't mean to intrude on your affairs, but after all, a child...
I'm sorry, Jesse. I thank you, but no.
All right. Forget it. But I couldn't forget it. A kindly old man. Yes, he was kindly. And a sick child who had never seen the inside of a schoolroom, who was growing up to become... what? In an ancient, moldering house, a house that had lived too long, alone with a father born 86 years ago. Alone at night in the darkness with the house grumbling and complaining around me. I thought about the plight of the child. Sometimes I could hear her song far away somewhere in the dank recesses of that crumbling house. And my thoughts revolved again about this mystery. Heinz said she was not well. Heinz would not allow her to appear. Was Clarissa some misshapen monster child that she must be pent up and never see the sun? Was she... I detest mysteries of that kind. I love the good, clean mysteries of abscissa and ordinate, the logarithm and anti-logarithm, of the calculus and the grand old theorems devised by the ancients. But the fascinating mysteries of the human mind and of human behavior are alien to me. Them I hate. And my thoughts crept further and further away from the 10 numbers as doubt and speculation about the child laid hold of my mind. The other night, how often I heard her sobs, I thought, sometimes close outside my door. And yet when I opened the door, there was nothing. And old Heinz grew more and more taciturn. He never spoke of his daughter. He seemed to avoid me by day and to disappear by night. But the summer came then, and the fall, and winter. My look was going badly, and my thoughts wandered. I must leave this place, I thought. I'll find out this mystery. And again I asked the old man if there was not something I might do for this pathetic child, this invisible, haunting voice.
No, Jesse. There is nothing you could do.
But Christmas is coming, Hyde. What can I get her for Christmas?
No, why not, Jesse?
What?
My Helene. She died on the eve of Christmas.
Well, but Heinz, you owe it to the child.
No. Let us not speak of it again.
But to me, the thought of Christmas passing by this child was unspeakable. I determined that if the old man would do nothing about it, I would. You know, I had little money, and there was so little I could do. But I did come into the town here, and I found a toy for her. I I found one I could afford. A little woolly lamb. A little woolly white lamb with black buttons for eyes and a blue silk ribbon about its neck and a gay little blue flower in its mouth. I hung a little card about its neck that said, Merry Christmas to Clarissa. And on Christmas Eve, Heinz and I shared the last bottle of Ben Costler Doctor before the miserly little fire. And I gave him one of the handkerchiefs my little sister Miriam had sent me, and he gave me an old stone Krug with a heavy pewter top that he said came from Heidelberg. And we regretted that there was no creamy Pilsner Urquell to drink from it. Wished each other a happy Christmas. And then, in the night, I was awakened by a tiny sound. And I lay awake silently for a moment. And there was another sound. A hesitant little footstep. And the rustling at the dresser across the room from me. And I lay quietly and listened. Is that you, Clarissa? Is that you, Clarissa? Do you like it? Good. Happy Christmas. I'm sorry that's all I could get you. But I hope you like it. And I felt the touch of a tiny hand on my shoulder. And lips brushed my cheek. And the door closed. And the sound of her voice in the little song was happier now than I'd ever heard it. And so I knew at last that Clarissa was not a ghost, but a living person. And I felt more at peace with myself as I realized that this was what had been plucking at the corners of my mind. And I was happy now that I knew she really lived, but I was not living in the midst of fantasy. I had wondered what Heinz would say. He was perfectly natural about it.
It was good of you, Jesse.
Good? What?
To find a gift for Clarissa.
Oh, did you like it?
Ah.
Well, I'm glad.
She asked me to say Dankeschön to you.
Then I say Bitteschön.
It is good. You're a kind person, Jesse.
I wish it could have been more.
Oh, it is a very rich gift. Never has she had such a thing.
Is she going to have Christmas dinner with us, Heinz?
No.
So, I had won a little victory in this conflict with the darkness. But I was to go no further. I asked Heinz about her. Heinz answered shortly. I suggested that a birthday gift might be in order if I only knew her birthday. I proposed writing to my own sister and begging her for outworn storybooks that Clarissa might read, even if she must stay aloof from the rest of the house. Heinz did not reply. Everything was as it had always been, so long as the name of Clarissa was not mentioned. But when it came in the late spring, when it was cold and windy again, and the raw snow pelted against the windows and the whole house shivered, I heard her crying again in the night. And there was a quality in her voice this time that brought me out of the bed and into the hall. I called in alarm. Clarissa! I stepped back into my room and lit the kerosene lamp. And as I stepped out again toward the hallway, Heinz confronted me.
What's my answer, Jesse?
Why, can't you hear her, Heinz? Something's wrong, she said.
No, go back by your room, Jesse.
Oh, but Heinz...
Don't beat me, Jesse. Go back.
Now, Heinz, listen to me. Something's awfully wrong with that child, and
I will take care of her, Jesse.
Please, Heinz.
In your room.
Now, see here,
I take care of my own man, huh? Hyde!
I reached for the door at once, but it was locked from the outside. And I beat on it and stormed at it in the cold. But for once it held. I screamed at the father, threatening every kind of vengeance on him, till at last I suddenly realized that I was being hysterically silly. In the silence, I could hear nothing but the moan of the wind around the rusty cornices of the house and the hiss of snowflakes against the window. I sat down, shaken, bitter at myself for giving way to such an outburst over a child crying in the night. And at last I lay down again, and in the frosty silence of the early dawn, I fell asleep. And when I awoke, hours later, and found my door unlocked again, Hyde was not to be found. Not that day, nor the next. I tramped through the house, opening doors, calling him, calling Clarissa. There was not a sound to answer me. I found a little wood and made a miserable fire. I suppose I ate. I don't remember any too well. And at night I went to bed till I, shivering for hours, straining my ears for a sound. The sound of a child's song. The sound of a father's footstep in the cold darkness. And it was morning, nearly morning. Gray fingers of morning plucking at the frost-rimed windows. And I awoke to see Hyde standing beside my bed. In the 2 days, he seemed to have aged 20 years. He was an old, old man. He spoke to me.
Jesse, my friend.
What's the matter, Hyde?
No much matter, Jesse. I am dying.
Hyde!
It is finished now, Jesse. Unless is horrible.
Here, sit down.
No. Hear me. See, the key to Clarissa's room. You take it.
Is she all right? Hyde!
Too late for me now. Go. Clarissa's room. Do what is to be done.
I lifted him to the bed. I bent over him. I listened for his heart. There was no sound. Hyde was dead. Yes, just as I told you before, he died. He died there in my room, yes. What? Oh, yes. In the little half-light, I found the kerosene lamp and I lit it. I took the key from the floor where he dropped it. No. I found the room very easily. It was at the far end of the hall. I called. Clarissa? Clarissa? And there was no answer. So I unlocked the door. And holding the light above my head, I walked over to the bed. And there, lying on the bed, dressed in a pinafore that might have come out of the 10-year-old drawing in Alice in Wonderland, clutching a little woolly lamb to her breast, there lay a tiny, old woman with long white hair braided into pigtails. Clarissa. And I knew why I hadn't heard the little song for 2 days. And so when the lamp dropped out of my hand and the flames started licking around the dry as dust draperies and the fragile old oaken boards on the floor, I turned and went out of the house. Well, what else was there to do? The house had lived too long. played by Bruno Vick. Clarissa, by Peggy Stanley. As usual, music for Quiet Please is by Albert Berman. Now a word from our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
The characters in tonight's Quiet Please are neither living nor dead. They enjoy neither of these interesting conditions because they're solely the invention of my own imagination, intended to represent nobody at all. Quiet Please for next week is called 13 and 8.
And so until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the world's largest network, serving more than 450 radio stations, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Slither in, won't you? Sorry the place is such a mess. I'll sweep it up later. Those are just chips off the old block. Been doing my bone work. Oh, didn't I tell you? Sure, I'm going back to Skull this term. All cozy now. Ready to string along with us for a while. Good. After all, this is a newspaper story. If you feel a little cold as we go on, it's only because we have a story to tell you.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum mystery, Death of a Doll, was written by Fred Matho and stars Mason Adams in the role of Will, with Ted Osborne as Bo Cousins.
This is the story of Willie Harper and the devil. And how Willie, on his first assignment for the Morning Blade, finds himself at 2 in the morning, sweating nervously in the murky shadows of a riverfront street. Willie has a gun in his pocket and a doll that belongs to a dead girl tucked under his arm. A block away, leaning against the one streetlight, impassive, grotesque, ape-like, is the devil, waiting for Willie.
I keep saying this is 1948. And I keep saying this is Manhattan. And I keep saying whether you believe in the devil or not, you don't meet him till you're dead. But believe me, that's the devil over there under that lamp. At 3 o'clock, he's coming for me. Sure, you've got a right to think I'm crazy, standing around waiting to be killed with a doll under my arm. This all started 10 days ago around 5 in the afternoon at the city morgue. McGrundy, the night editor, sent me there on my first assignment. The morgue, he says, is a good place to start for stories.
Looks like you might be in luck, son.
How's that?
Come along with me. What's your name?
Will Harper.
All right, Willie. Come down to the coolers with me. Yes, I'm very wrong. I've got a story in there for you. The girl in locker number 7. She's been here 4 days. Tomorrow we close the case on her.
What does that mean, Mr. Jackson?
Means, in spite of everything the police have been able to do, we can't find out her name, where she lived, or anyone who knew her.
How was she found?
Tugboat crew fished her upriver. Tomorrow, she goes to the city burial grounds in a plain box marked Jane Doe.
That's horrible. Just dying and nobody... Do you think she was murdered?
There's not a mark on her. Police say she wasn't. But I want you to look at her face and tell me, What do you think? This is Jane Doe of number 7, son. Jane, this is Willie Harper. I want you to see her face, Willie. Tell me what you see in it.
A strange emotion shook me. She didn't seem dead to me. Her skin was perfect ivory. Her hair was fine spun copper. Her lips twisted slightly. I blushed and turned away, catching myself imagining what those lips must have looked like with life's color in them. Jackson led me back to his office without speaking. As I lit a shaky cigarette, he fished a brown paper bag out of his desk. He handed it to me, tilting it forward as he did so. What the devil?
Yeah. And when they pulled her out, she was clutching this doll close to her. Even the doll hasn't helped trace her. The police are through with it.
Mr. Jackson, you'll think I'm nuts. I suddenly feel sore, boiling mad. I don't know why, but I think she was murdered. The look on her face...
Kind of ask your help?
Yes.
Dead girl nobody wants. And a doll. Here's your story, Willie. Too bad you didn't know her before.
Yeah. Well, thanks.
Here. Take the doll along with you.
I beat it back to the paper, on fire to do a story about the dead girl and her doll. As I gave McGrundy my report, he stared at me. When I got through, he had a sort of twisted grin on his face, sort of know-it-all. He grunted and tilted the paper-wrapped doll forward.
Think she was murdered, huh?
Yes.
The cops don't think so?
No.
They're closing our case tomorrow?
Yeah.
No clues, facts, or anything outside of this doll?
None.
All right, Harper. I'll give you another day to find the nasty character who did this horrible thing. Cops have been wrong before. Go ahead.
Thanks. I'll get a story.
Here, take your dolly along. And keep falling with the dead ones, Harper. You're better off.
Now I know why I resented that crack of McGrundy. He must have guessed before I did that I had fallen in love with the girl in the morgue. Half-hour later, disgusted with my own morbidity, I went to my room before going out to eat. Slammed the door and tossed the doll onto a chair. I couldn't shake the feeling that the nameless girl in the morgue had something to say to me. If only the doll could talk, could tell me about her. What was she like? Was her voice soft? Was it kind? Who was cruel to her? Where did she live? Who killed her? Doll, who? I grinned sheepishly at myself in the mirror. And with that gesture, this story really begins. The next few moments remain electrifyingly vivid. I had set the doll down on the bureau. I didn't touch it. Wasn't even looking at it when a new sound came from it. I stared at the crumpled, ridiculous little form, almost afraid to touch it again, but I did. I had to. I picked it up and tilted it limply. Karanana. That was what I had heard. A sound? A sound only? No. Somehow I thought it was more than a sound. A name? Maybe a name. Half because I didn't want to stay alone with the doll any longer, and half on a hunch. I stuffed the doll in its bag and went back to the paper. I went straight to the reference room, filed the doll under my arm. What are you looking for? I want to know if you've got anything in the files on someone named Karanana, spelled with a K or a C.
Huh?
What's funny, you seem amused.
Don't tell me he's around again. If you've got a lead on Caranana, you've got some story.
Oh, will you get me the clips on him?
I'll get you Myers' Anthropology of Asia. He's in there.
Anthropology? Why? Who is he?
The devil.
Caranana. Of course, an almost forgotten myth from Asia. Lucifer on Earth, wearing out one body after another, walking the earth always. I remember it now from college. I did on a long walk and headed down Fifth Avenue, my head whirling with a maddening conflict. I think I would have given up the whole thing then, but always at the point of going home to bed or of chucking the blasted doll in a can. The face of the girl in the morgue blanked out other thoughts. When I reached Washington Square, it was dusk. The sidewalk artists were packing up their canvases as I passed them, all but one, that is. He was a tall, angular man with a completely bald head, whose 4 or 5 paintings had the advantage of a street light. The man paid no attention to me, until at the sight of one painting I stiffened in utter shock.
What's the matter, friend? Is the stuff that bad?
That one. The one of the girl, it's...
Woman with the doll, I call it. Like it?
Who's the girl? Do you know her? Tell me.
Sorry, I'm selling oil paintings, friend. I'm not a dating bureau.
No, you've got me wrong. I've got a good reason for asking. Look, I'll prove it. Here. Isn't this the doll you painted with the girl?
Where'd you get that? I haven't seen Hazel in a week. She left for the coast. I gave her that doll to pose with. What's wrong?
Hazel is dead. Dead?
Where is she?
If I tell you, will you promise to say nothing for a while? I'm a reporter for the Blade. My name is Will Harper.
I won't say anything unless I believe you had something to do with it. Where is she?
I'll take you to her. She's at the city morgue. An hour later, we had come out of the morgue. Both cousins had simply nodded at my questioning look. Seeing the girl again, knowing her name now, added to the emotions I already felt for her. I had a sudden impulse. We handed the artist Hazel's doll.
Are you giving me the doll?
No, I want it back. But I want you to tilt it. Make it cross. What did that sound like to you? What did you hear?
The doll said, Caranana.
You heard it, too. Again, say that name again. What did you hear the doll say?
I distinctly heard it say, Caranana.
Then I'm not crazy. And do you know who Caranana is, Mr. Cutting?
I'm afraid I do. The most fantastic coincidence I ever encountered.
Why?
Do you know who Caranana is?
The devil. Lucifer, Satan.
Quite. I think we'd better go to my place and talk this out. Certainly, if what I think is true, no one will believe us.
What do you think?
That Hazel was murdered by Caranana.
I followed Bo Cousin silently along the dark streets of the lower city. His long legs led us finally to a dingy, narrow, fish-fowl street where we climbed an outside stair to the loft of a warehouse.
You're in love with her, aren't you? An amazing circumstance to be in love with someone you met too late.
I could have loved her, yes.
I met her at a Bowery Mission House. Conceived the idea of painting her with a doll. Somehow that seemed right to me.
Go on.
Well, we worked here for 3 weeks on the painting. I paid her enough so that she could go to California. Dream of hers. One night as we walked the streets nearby, Caranana appeared.
Caranana?
Yes, Caranana. Or a man who calls himself Caranana. The devil, or the human form of the devil. However you choose to think.
There can't be such a thing. The devil is just a myth.
Is it? I met him in Istanbul 8 years ago in a cafe. Did a painting of him.
What's he like?
Squat, massive man, ape-like. As I painted him, he admitted to me such crimes that I could hardly hold my brush.
Like what?
He made his living professional murderer. Very discreetly, very cleverly, very effectively.
Why didn't you turn him in?
Really, now. I liked to paint and to live. He was so pleased with the picture I made and gave him that he told me any time I needed to rid myself of some embarrassing person, he'd be around.
Lucky you, but who'd believe that story?
We do, Willie. And that's the important thing. Do you have any spare cash?
Why?
I have about $150. If you could make up the difference, I think we should claim Hazel's body and give the child a decent burial.
I fixed it up with Jackson at the morgue. And at 3 that afternoon, Bo Cousins and I, plus 2 grave diggers in Simeon Cemetery, were watching a bright new casket being lowered into a new grave.
Man that is born of a woman hath but a short time to live and is full of misery. He cometh up and is cut down like a flower. He fleeth as it were a shadow and never continueth in one stay. In the midst of life, we are in death.
Thanks, Bo.
I like it too, Willie. Very much. You're a nice guy, Willie. Wouldn't you rather go now?
No, let's wait till she's covered over. I want to talk to you. I've just gotten an idea. Bo, I know how to make things come out even for Hazel. I know how to get Caranana.
And I will be very glad to see that you're buried next to Hazel here.
I see things a lot clearer now that Hazel has a name and a past for me. If there is a man named Caranana, as you say, I think he's human, and that's an even chance.
Maybe Caranana isn't the one.
Then I'll find out. You want to help?
In any way short of being discreetly disposed of, yes.
Swell. Caranana said he'd do a little job for you whenever you wanted him to, right?
Yes.
Then you get in touch with him and...
Sorry, Willie. My merchant of death is unreachable. He shows up when he wants to.
All right, I'll wait. But when he does, you've got a murder for him to do.
I have? Who?
Me. That was a week ago. An exciting week for me, covering all sorts of stuff in the paper. I'd begun to think Bo Cousins was an imaginative phony. Even my editor, McGrundy, had stopped kidding me about Hazel's doll perched on my desk. Then this morning at 9:30, I got a call. Morning, Blade, Willie Harper.
Greetings and farewell, Willie. This is Bo Cousins.
Bo. What's up?
The devil is in town, Willie. He wants to see you.
Caranana?
Yes, I saw him last night. He was delighted to help me get rid of you.
I see.
I told him you were a reporter who was planning a story about art which tore my work to pieces. What's the matter, Willie? Change your mind?
No. Did he say where?
He never lets his clients in on the details. But he did say I'd be rid of you by 3 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Thanks, Bo. I'll be seeing you.
Quite seriously, Willie. I hope so. Be careful. Remember, bullets don't work on some things. Bye.
So long. By 3 this morning, you said. I didn't know where, exactly when, or even if I could get the drop on the devil and force the truth about Hazel out of him. I stuffed the doll into a bag and started out, but McGrundy caught me.
Harper!
Yeah?
Woman shot through the back of the head. Blank solitaire, 147 Parkway North. Husband with her. Go on out on him and phone it in.
Right. When I hit the lobby downstairs, an unaccountable chill got me in the small of the back. Something made me stop short and turn around. It was my first look at Caranana. He was leaning against a phone booth, a heavy-set, ill-shaped man whose arms sloped weirdly from his neck into a heavy stomach. He was eyeing me impassively. The game was on, I knew. I grabbed a cab to get my story just the same. I phoned the stuff in from the cigar store across the street. When I stepped out of the booth, Caranana had just bought some cigarettes. He turned to me as I froze, waiting. Some murder across the street, huh? Yeah. How'd you know? I get around. Murder a hobby of yours, mister?
No. It's strictly a business. So long.
That's the kind of thing that went on all day. McGrundy kept me on the hop, and no matter where I went, Caranana was there ahead of me. This afternoon, I got to my room long enough to pick up my Luger pistol and the license I've got to carry it. He was waiting for me when I came out.
Better put it in your inside coat pocket. It shows on your hip. Be seeing you.
It's 2:45 now. 15 minutes. And he hasn't moved from under that lamppost in 2 hours. I'm not waiting another minute. I'm going to meet the devil and have it done with. He doesn't move. Will a bullet do it? Can I trick him into admitting Hazel's murder? Or will he kill me first? Well, here I am.
Yeah. I see. What can I do for you?
It's almost 3 o'clock.
You know, you're right. Time sure flies. Well, time for me to get on home, I guess. So long, Willie.
It's a trick. A fiend's trick. He's deliberately leaving me with only a few minutes to go. I've got to stop this. I can't go through it. I'll go to Bo's place. I'll tell him to call it off. I don't want to die. I don't want it. Bo! I was running for your place.
That's right. You might be down this way. You look scared to death. And you should be, I guess.
I've got to hide, Bo. Let's beat it somewhere. It's almost 3.
All right. Quick, across the street, Willie. There's a broken down pier there. Come on. Pretty dark here, Willie. But we're safe for a while. You certainly have worked yourself up. That's the doll you've got there.
Yeah. I don't know why I carried.
Glad you did. Got a gun with you?
Yeah, my Luger.
Let me have it. You're too wrought up.
Here.
Good. Now be still a moment.
3 o'clock.
Yes. 3 o'clock, Willie. Time for us to part.
What do you mean?
You're not a very astute person, are you, Willie?
Why?
Maybe Hazel's doll can tell you.
You? No, Bo, this is crazy.
The same water that received Hazel is at your back, Willie. The time is 3, and tomorrow you will be fished out with the doll under your arm.
You're Karanana.
White. Farewell, Willie. Hazel, poor sweet child, learned the same truth by accident.
Dirty, filthy little...
Farewell, Willie. And you shall take your
Stop him,
darling.
Stop him! Where? I said stop the kid doesn't stop!
No, I will not.
Nana never dies.
How's the head feel now, Willie?
Better, Mr. McGrundy. Thanks, lots better. My professional pride hurts more.
Well, it needn't. You followed through like an old timer on that story, didn't he, Shay?
Yes, he'll do. How could I have taken you for the devil, Inspector Shay?
I've been called worse.
How did you know where I was going to be and all that? How come you were on hand at the end?
Well, I cover the morgue, Willie. When a young guy suddenly decides to claim a nameless corpse, it's time to follow up on it. Well, you seemed okay, but Cousins turned out to be wanted as a professional killer.
So you tagged me to get to him?
Sure. He was after you, no doubt about that. Oh, there's your doll, Willie.
Yeah. Well, I tilt the doll and nothing happens. No sound.
Must be broke.
I guess she doesn't have to speak anymore, Mr. McGrundy. I think the doll is dead.
Hey. Want to buy a doll? I'll sell it to you, but there'll be the devil to pay. Take a tip from Willie Harper. There's no romance at the morgue. You'll find nothing there except cold, hard figures. Sorry I've got to skip along now, but I've got a date with Hazel's doll. She promised to help me in a grave situation. I've just got to dig up something for next week's show. I think if we work at it long enough, we'll turn something up. Don't you? Good night. Pleasant dreams.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
letter from yesterday.
I beg pardon, miss, but do you happen to have any material at all dealing with the...
If you please.
Huh? What's that?
Will you please lower your voice?
What, I...
And then you might read the sign over there. Or shall I read it for you? Absolute quiet required in this library.
My, but you read beautifully. But I wonder
Will
if...
you please lower your voice?
Oh, sure. I mean, sure.
I'll be more than happy to help you. But you simply can't disturb the others here in the library.
I see. Well, I'm terribly sorry. Excuse me, everyone. I didn't mean to disturb you, folks.
Please be quiet.
Well, good heavens, ma'am, I just wanted to apologize.
That's quite unnecessary. Now, may I help you?
Well, I hope you can. I'm looking for some literature on hydrokinetics. Don't suppose a hick library like this would have anything like that, though.
You're a stranger in Jackson City, aren't you?
That's right. How did you know?
I know most of the people in town. And besides, folks who live here never refer to the town as having a hick library.
Oh, now look. No offense intended. But after all, I don't expect too much from a 2x4 place that probably doesn't have much more to offer than the encyclopedia and a couple of copies of the Rover Boys.
You said you wished to see something on hydrokinetics.
That's right. Hydrokinetics is a branch of kinetics which relates to liquids. You see, kinetics is the branch of dynamics.
Do you wish to read Kendall, Johnson, Abernathy, or Sandine on the subject?
What? What's that?
I said, which author do you wish to consult? Those four seem to be the authorities, but some engineers like Alexander and Bowen.
Well, look here. Are you serious?
Serious?
About having books by Johnson and Kendall and Sandine and Abernathy on the theory of hydrokinetics.
Will you follow me, please?
Yes, certainly.
But turn on that light if you wish. It's a little dark in here today.
Yes, all right.
I think you'll find these quite up to date. I'm sorry that one of the Alexander volumes is out, but it should be back tomorrow.
Oh, quite all right. It's Kendall I'm really after. Here we are. This one.
That was printed sometime last year, I believe.
Yes, it was. Kendall is propounding a new theory on hydraulics. I read it when I was in New York.
I'm glad you didn't have to go back into the city to find what you wanted.
No, Oh, look here. I owe you another apology, don't I?
No, please, don't bother.
Oh, but it's no bother.
You may use any of the tables over there.
Yes, but I'd like...
You'll find the one by the window quite good.
Sensitive. Cute, too. Yeah, darn cute. Yeah, well. Well, let's see. Kendall says, when an ounce of plain lubricating oil is introduced into... wonder what her name is. First one, I mean. Nameplate on the desk says, Miss Marshall. Well, that's interesting. Miss Marshall. Oh, well. Well, as I remember reading about it 3 months ago, Kendall says that if you introduce 1 ounce of common lubricating oil into a cylinder 2 inches in diameter and 4 inches in height... Pretty girl. Wonder why I can't get her off my mind. Wonder where she lives. Oh, confound it. Well, then, according to Kendall, if an ultraviolet ray is permitted to cross the cylinder at the time pressures applied to the top, the result will... Wonder what a good-looking girl like her is doing in Jackson City. She's smart, too. I just mentioned hydrokinetics, and she reeled off the 4 top authorities like she was a student on the subject. I wonder what she's doing tonight. Well, hang it all up. I say, Miss Marshall. Oh, I say, Miss Marshall.
Yes, what is it?
Would it be possible for me to check this book out?
I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid not.
Well, it's really quite important. I'm an inventor, and I'm just on the verge of a very important discovery. I simply must have this book to use.
I'm sorry. Perhaps you should buy a copy.
Oh, I've tried that. Everywhere in town. There's none I can get a hold of.
You could have one sent out from New York.
I can't wait that long. I have to work on this thing while it's running through my head. It's very important. I might lose the whole idea by the time a copy came out of New York.
I'm sorry. It's quite against the rules to permit anyone to take out a book without a library card.
Well, suppose I take a card. How much?
Oh, there's no charge, but you must have a property owner sign your application.
Property owner? Application?
Yes. Someone who can pay for the book in the event that it's lost and who's willing to personally guarantee your honesty must sign your application. Then your card will be ready within 48 hours.
Oh, now look. That's worse yet.
I'm sorry.
This isn't any way to treat a Jackson City guest, you know.
I'd like to help you. Really, I would.
Would you? Really?
Yes, I would, but I can't break the rules.
Now, wait a minute. I've got it.
Yes?
Your place.
What?
Your place. Your home. Wherever you live.
You mean...
I mean you can take the book out yourself. You take it home. Then I'll come by tonight and use it there.
That's not very clever, Mr. whoever you are.
Chase. Adam Chase.
And not very original either.
Well, there aren't any new ideas. At least give me credit for picking one that's not too bad.
Are you serious about the book?
A word of honor, ma'am. I need that book right now like anything.
Seriously?
Seriously.
Then I just might be able to help you.
Would you really?
I might.
Tell me, can you take dictation?
A little.
Ah, good. You can help me. That is, if you'd like to.
I might.
I'll be glad to pay you.
Oh, well, we'll see.
You'll do it? You'll take the book home and let me study it there?
Yes, I'll take it home.
Ah, good. Where do you live?
You won't have any trouble finding me. Just ask anyone for Cicely Marshall.
Did you say Cicely Marshall?
Yes. What about it?
Well, nothing. I just like it. It happens to be one of my favorite names. What time?
Tonight?
Uh-huh.
Oh, any time after 7:30.
Good. How's 7:32?
You better go now. We're beginning to disturb the folks who are trying to study.
Yeah. All right. See you tonight. Now, just a minute.
Yes?
I've got to consult Kendall again. Hold on there a second.
Do you really think this invention will prove itself?
Well, I'm not exactly an expert, but the idea seems sound. Wait a minute now. Let's see. Oh, yes, here.
Find it?
Uh-huh. Now, will you take this down?
Mm-hmm.
Kendall, Volume 1, page 74. It has been my observation that hydraulic reaction often can be obtained through the use of a common water tumbler immersed in H2O. That's water. Oh, confound it. There I go again, treating you like a child. You probably know more about this entire subject than I do without my explaining chemical symbols.
Don't you think we'd better call it a night?
No, it's early.
It's 1 a.m.
No, it couldn't be.
Well, it is, though, see?
Oh, brother. I'll bet I'm popular around this place from now on.
Oh, it's all right. I really enjoyed it. Mister, you were serious there in the library, weren't you?
Yes, rather. I don't mind saying my complete future is probably tied up in this thing right now. If it's what I think it's going to be, I'm due to make a fortune out of it.
I hope you do.
Well, thanks. Why?
Oh, I like to know people who are successful. Besides, my father was an inventor.
Was he really?
Yes. He was a brilliant man. He had an invention. I never did quite understand what it was. It was before he was married. Someone filed for the patents just a few hours before he did, and he lost out.
Someone stole his invention?
No, it was just a coincidence. But my father was never the same after that. Something happened. I don't know what. I I remember hearing my family talk about it in whispers when I was just an infant.
Is he still alive?
No. No, he's been gone 3 years.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He was a fine man. Grand, but he never got over that, whatever it was that happened to him long before I was born.
You mean there was something more than just the loss of the invention patents?
Yes. Something that was, I think, even more tragic. I've never even been able to guess what it was.
Maybe it's better that you don't know.
Yes, maybe so.
Well, really, I should go. It's late.
Is there much more to do?
Well, yes, I have to finish these papers before I can have the model of the invention built.
Oh, could I help you more?
Would you?
I'd love to, really.
Tomorrow night?
Can you wait that long?
Well, no, I can't, but I will.
There we are. All finished.
Good. Well, now the model's next.
How long do you think it will take to build it?
Well, at least 2 weeks. We've been on these papers longer than I thought we'd be. Almost 30 days. I really don't know what I've done without you.
Oh, I've enjoyed it.
Oh, we can relax now till the model's built. Then I'll have to go to Washington. What time is it?
Oh, it's early. 9 o'clock.
Oh, good. Time enough to catch the last show. That is, if you'd like to go out with me.
Like to? Why, I can't think of anything I'd like better. Your train's leaving, Adam.
I'll be back with those patents.
You will come back?
You try to stop me.
Oh, goodbye, darling.
Cecily?
Yes, Adam?
Will you marry me when I come back?
What?
I said, will you marry me?
Now?
When I come back.
Oh, yes. Will you ride?
Just as soon as I get to Washington. Bye.
Goodbye, darling. Bye. To my diary, January the 17th. It has been 5 days since Adam went to Washington. I'll never forget the unromantic but lovable way he asked me to marry him. Standing on the steps of the moving train, shouting the question at me above the noise of the engine. How I loved him at that moment. How I love him now. But why? Why, oh, why hasn't he written? 5 days, and not a word from Adam yet.
Word has just been received, ladies and gentlemen, that the crack limited from Washington nearing Jackson City less than an hour ago was held up and robbed by unidentified gangsters. The train was flagged down by 2 men who pretended their car had stalled on the track. The engineer and fireman were shot and killed. All passengers were held at gunpoint, and the mail car was entered and robbed. This train robbery will remind old-timers of the historic and dramatic train robbery on almost the same spot some 50 years ago, or to be exact, 53 years ago, January the 17th. There is no indication as to the identification of today's bandits, but it is believed police have found a vital clue.
I want to send this wire to Mr. Adam Chase, Esther Arms Hotel, Washington. Yes. Darling, have not heard from you. Worried. I love you. Cicely. Hello? Hello? Yes, operator, this is the party calling Washington. Yes, I'm calling Mr. Adam Chase. That's right, at the Esther Arms Hotel. Oh, you have a hotel? Hello? What's that? Checked out. 2 weeks ago. Oh. No, thank you. Just cancel the call. To my diary, April the 17th. It has been 3 months and 5 days since I last saw Adam Chase. He promised to write immediately from Washington 3 months ago. He seems to have dropped out of the world. I can't locate him any place. I've just returned from 10 days in Washington. Searching. I found nothing. Yes? Come in. Adam.
I had to come back.
Oh, darling. Darling, what's wrong? Tell me what's wrong. You look so ill, so thin.
I guess I shouldn't be here, since you didn't want me.
Didn't want you? Didn't want you? Oh, my darling, what makes you say anything like that?
I wrote you about the invention.
I didn't get your letter. I haven't heard a word from you.
I told you what happened. That I was ruined.
Darling.
That if you loved me, you'd come to Washington and we'd make it some way.
I didn't get it, Adam. I tell you, I didn't get that letter.
I waited. You didn't answer. You didn't come. You didn't want to come.
Darling, will you listen to me? I didn't get that letter.
What? What, Cecily?
I didn't get that letter.
You didn't get it?
No. No, I waited and waited. I wired you, phoned. Well, I just got back from looking from one end of Washington to another for you.
Cecily.
Oh, my darling, my darling.
I was too late. Just 24 hours too late.
Adam.
Someone else. Someone from California. Had just filed for the patents to the same invention.
Oh, sweetheart.
I was just a few hours too late.
Oh, but the invention isn't everything.
I wrote to you. I told you what happened. I asked you to come to Washington to marry me.
I'd have come in a minute.
And I thought, no, the thousands of things I thought.
Oh, don't think of them anymore.
I had to come back. I couldn't live without you. I had to come back to see you. Just once more.
I couldn't live without you, Adam.
We'll be married. Promise me we'll be married right away.
Right away, darling. Yes, right away. June 20th. Adam and I have been married 2 months today. We're very happy. Somehow, there's something more than just our love for one another that makes us so close to each other. I can't explain what it is. We've rented a large house, an old one, but it's adorable, and we're planning to...
Cecily! Oh, darling!
Yes, dear?
Come on up here. To the attic, will you? I've stumbled onto something.
All right, Adam.
Look what I found. Back among the rafters.
Well, what in the world is it?
Well, it's an old mail sack full of mail.
What?
Yeah, look. Look here. These letters. None of them have ever been opened.
Why, Adam.
Dozens of letters, all sealed. All stamped and dated. Look. Look, Cecily. Postmarks. They're all the same. January 17, 1889.
But how in the world did they get here in this attic?
I don't know. I wanted to run a radio aerial out on the roof, and I had to crawl way back in the rafters. It was hidden back there up near the roof. It's evidently been there for years.
But how did it get there?
53 years ago. 1889. Look at these letters. Addressed to people all over the country. Everett Holton, Detroit. Jessica Young, New York. Paul Reimer, Chicago. Mr. and Mrs. F.C. Halliday, Grady, Pennsylvania. And look, here's one addressed to President Benjamin Harrison from someone in Maine.
Wait a minute, Adam. Oh, look.
Huh?
This letter. Addressed to Miss Cecily Drew of Youngstown.
What?
The return address, Mr. Aaron Marshall. My father. He wrote this. I know the handwriting.
Cecily Drew was my mother's maiden name.
Adam.
Yes. Cecily Drew. And she lived in Youngstown.
My father? Your mother?
Open it. Open it.
What?
I said open it.
Oh, all right. Oh.
What is it?
It was my father. Listen. My darling Cecily, I have bad news. I have just learned that someone else has filed for the patent rights to my invention. By some queer trick of fate, another inventor had the same idea as I. Only he has been fortunate enough to get his application for patents into the Bureau ahead of me. I fear all my work has been in vain, all my sacrifice useless. I have nothing to offer you now, my dear, but my love. If you still love me, hurry here to marry me. I shall surely never exist if you don't. All my undying love, Aaron.
He wrote that. Your father. To my mother.
Adam, the train robbery.
What?
I remember hearing about it on the radio. The train your letter to me was on was robbed. The mail was stolen. And the same thing happened 53 years ago. To your mother and my father.
Only she believed he failed to come back to her. And he died, never knowing she hadn't read his letter.
And his letter has been here, hidden all these long years. Your mother and my father.
Fantasy.
You have heard The Letter from Yesterday, tonight's original tale of dark fantasy by Scott Bishop, originating in the studios of WKY. This is Tom Paxton reminding you to buy United States war bonds and stamps. Dark fantasy comes to you each Friday night from Oklahoma City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler. Written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan, and starring tonight two of radio's foremost personalities, Santos Ortega and Ann Shepard, in Out of the Past.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as you hear Out of the Past. Your name is Joan Morgan, and as you stand looking over Central Park from your penthouse terrace on this beautiful spring day, you can't help but feel you're the luckiest woman living. You're young, attractive, fairly wealthy, and happily married to a Broadway actor. Yes, Joan, there's little more you could ask for. The doorbell rings. You run to the door to greet your husband, Keith, who's home from his matinee performance.
Hello, beautiful. How's my one and only?
Hello, darling. Oh, Keith, no wonder every actress wants to have you for her leading man.
Nonsense. I'll have you know the only person I kiss like that is my wife.
Better say that. How was the matinee today?
Fine. I got 7 curtain calls. Oh, here's the afternoon mail. I picked it up at the desk.
Anything for me?
I haven't looked it over, dear.
Oh, yes, here's one for me. 3 others for you, dear.
Let's see. This one's a bill from the hotel management. Darling, we're living beyond our means.
Oh, Keith, you're not going to start that again, are you? Well, we have over $500,000.
I've told you a dozen times I won't touch that money. It's yours, not mine.
Darling, it isn't a question of it's being yours or mine. It's ours.
Joan, I made it clear to you when we got married that we'd have to live on the money I earn.
Then what'll I do with my money if you won't allow me to spend it?
Well, someday we'll have 6 children. You can save it for that.
All right, darling. I wonder who my letter can be from.
You rip open the envelope, Joan, as Keith looks at the rest of his mail. For a moment you feel as if your heart has stopped. Then it begins to beat wildly. Over and over you read the 2 sentences. A friend from Europe expects you tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock at the Hotel Edgewood. Please bring $25,000 in cash, or else I shall be forced to take action. John Benedict.
Joan, what is it? What's wrong, darling?
What did you say?
You look so upset. Is it that letter you're reading?
Letter? No. No.
Well, then, if it isn't the letter, what is it?
It's nothing, darling, nothing at all. It's just that I have a headache.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I get you something?
No, Keith, no, I'll be all right. All I need is a little rest.
Come in, won't you, Joan? Sorry to keep you waiting.
Martin, you must help me.
Why, of course, Joan. You know I'd do anything for you. Sit down and tell me about it.
Martin, I'm in trouble. I'm in great trouble.
But, Joan, what is it? What's wrong?
I'm being blackmailed.
Blackmailed?
Yes.
By whom?
A man named John Benedict. I don't know who he is. But I received a letter from him yesterday afternoon.
There's only one thing to do, and that's to go to the police. I'll call the district attorney.
No. I can't go to the police.
Why not?
This man, Benedict, knows something I can't afford to have exposed.
What does he know, Joan?
Please, don't ask me. I know that you are my father's best friend, but I can't tell you. Believe me, if it ever gets out, it would ruin my marriage. My life. I couldn't stand to lose Keith. I couldn't. I'd rather die.
All right, Joan. I think you're making a mistake, but I'll help you. How much money does this man Benedict want?
A half hour later, you enter a dingy hotel and go to room 14. As Martin opens the door, he reveals a squalid, dimly lit room. For the first time, Joan, you see John Benedict. He's a tall, heavy man with coarse features and a thick black beard. In the half light, he appears to be about 50. His clothes are of fine English cut, but time and wear have taken their toll. He stares at you for a moment, Joan, then speaks.
How do you do, Mrs. Morgan? Won't you please come in?
Thank you. This is Mr. Walker, friend.
Yes, of course. I trust you will forgive me these dismal surroundings, but alas, I am quite penniless.
So you thought it would be an excellent idea to blackmail this lady for funds?
I am afraid you misunderstand me, Mr. Walker. I am not forcing this beautiful lady to give me 5,000 pounds. Rather, I am, shall we say, requesting a loan.
Yes, but if she doesn't give you this loan, you'll ruin her marriage or her life.
It would distress me to ruin anyone's life. But then it also distresses me to live in a pigsty like this.
A much more suitable place would be the state penitentiary.
Martin, please don't talk like that.
Evidently, Mrs. Morgan, your friend is more interested in having me placed in prison than in saving you from disaster. I'm afraid you have not revealed our little secret to Mr. Walker.
No, I haven't.
Well, then, perhaps if we were to tell him, he would not be quite so eager to imprison me. Perhaps if he knew that at one time you had...
No. Don't say any more. I'll pay you.
Allow me to commend you on your good judgment.
Martin, give him the money. Give it to him.
Very well. Here's your filthy blood money.
Thank you. I think you have been very wise, Mrs. Morgan. Very wise indeed. Good day.
In the weeks that follow, Joan, you try to forget Mr. Benedict and the terrifying secret he shares with you. But you aren't successful, are you? Everywhere you go, you unconsciously find yourself fearfully looking for him. Life has become tense, frightening. Then one afternoon, while Keith is at rehearsal of a new play, you receive a phone call. A call that sends you in a panic to Martin Walker's office.
Martin, I've heard from him again.
Benedict?
Yes, he phoned an hour ago. He wants $50,000.
50,000? Maybe now you'll have sense enough to let me turn this over to the police.
No, I can't do that.
You mean you're going to buy him off a second time?
Yes, I must.
But you can't. What's to prevent his extorting money from you a third or a fourth time? He'll squeeze you dry.
The money doesn't matter, do you hear? Nothing matters but keeping what Benedict knows from Keith. If Keith finds out, it'll mean the end of everything for me. Everything.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Morgan. Oh, I see you brought Mr. Walker. And I was counting on a pleasant afternoon. May I take your coat?
No.
Benedict, what do you mean by asking for $50,000? We paid you $25,000. That was supposed to keep your mouth shut.
Well, it has. Up to now. But as you can see by this suite of rooms, Mr. Walker, it takes money to live lavishly. Therefore, I shall need more.
Well, you shan't have it. We paid you off once. We're not paying you off again. There's a limit to what anyone will pay.
Yes, quite true, Mr. Walker. But the limit has not been reached as yet.
You swine. If I had my way, I'd call the police and put you where you belong.
Mrs. Morgan, I am afraid you are allowing your friend to go too far. I have but to pick up this telephone, and your world will come crashing down about.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't. Martin, give him the money.
But June,
give it to him. I can't stand this anymore.
Very well. Here it is, Benedict. But I warn you, you'd better not try anything further. There is such a thing as pushing a person too far.
I shall try to remember that, Mr. Walker. Thank you for your advice. And the money.
You're trembling with fear as you leave Benedict's luxurious suite, aren't you, Joan? And even when you reach your own apartment, the fear hasn't left you. Weeks pass, and life is a nightmare. Every time someone knocks at the door or the phone rings, your heart begins to beat wildly. And worst of all, Keith senses something is wrong.
I'll answer it.
But I'm much closer to it, dear.
Hello?
Is this Mr. Morgan's apartment?
Yes?
This is the stage manager at the theater. Will you please remind Mr. Morgan of the special matinee we're giving today?
Oh, yes. Yes, I'll tell him. It was a theater calling, Keith, to remind you of today's special performance.
I haven't forgotten. It's only 5:02. I still have a few minutes before I have to leave. Joan.
Yes.
What is it, darling? What's come over you?
Come over me?
Yes. These past weeks, you've been just a bundle of nerves. Every time the phone rings or the mail arrives, you begin to tremble. What's wrong?
Darling, you're just imagining all that.
Joan, stop acting as though I were a child. I can see something's wrong, and I want to know what it is.
Keith, please. There's nothing... Who could that be?
Never mind, I'll get it.
No,
you just sit
Keith,
where you
I will
are and
grab
rest.
it. Look, darling, you have to get to the...
Yeah?
To the... What's taking him so long? Why doesn't he come back? Keith? Who is it? Keith!
Joan, what is it? Why did you scream like that?
I didn't scream. Who was that at the door?
Well, it was just a special delivery boy. He brought this special delivery for you.
Special delivery?
Yes, here.
Thank you.
Aren't you going to open it? After all, it is a special delivery.
Yes. Of course.
I never saw anyone so afraid of a letter. Who's it from? Joan, what's wrong?
Nothing. Nothing. No.
Don't tell me that. You look as though you were going to collapse. Now, give me that letter.
No,
I said,
please,
give it to me.
No, please.
Yeah, that's better. Perhaps this letter will tell me what's wrong. Why, it's only one sentence. I will phone you at 2. There isn't even a signature. Who wrote this note, Joan?
I don't know.
You must know, else why would you have grown so pale? I'll phone you at 2. It's almost 2 now. I'll wait for that call.
Keith, please. You must have faith in me.
All these weeks I've had faith, said nothing, hoping you'd tell me what was wrong. Now I must find out for myself. Well, right on time. It's just 2 o'clock.
Please, don't answer.
Take your phone. Take your hand off the phone,
Please,
Joan.
Keith, no.
I said
won't
take
let
your
you
hand off the
answer it.
phone. Hello? 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 No answer. Never called, hung up when they heard my voice. I suppose you won't tell me who it is? All right, then. I have to leave for the matinee now. I won't be home for dinner, but when I return after tonight's performance, we'll have this out once and for all.
Please. I just can't tell you. If you'd only
Goodbye,
wait.
Joan.
Keith. I can't. Oh, darling. If only I could tell you. If only I could. But I know you wouldn't want me then. How could you? How could you with you? Must be he. Must be he again. Hello?
Good afternoon, Mrs. Morgan.
You promised you'd leave me alone, that I'd never hear from you again. That was only a month ago.
Yes, I know. But then, I am always making promises I cannot keep.
You've ruined everything. My husband read the special delivery letter you sent. He answered the phone when you called a few minutes ago. How can I explain?
Oh, that should not be too difficult for a clever woman like yourself. And you are a clever woman, are you not?
What do you want? I'm tired of your playing cat and mouse with me.
I intend to call on you at 5:30 this afternoon.
I won't pay you another cent, do you hear? There's no end to your demands.
You may expect me at 5:30.
No.
And do not have Walker there.
No, I won't see you. I won't... Hello? Hello? Hello, I won't see you!
Good afternoon, Mrs. Morgan. As you can see, I am right on time. It's exactly 5:30. This is a lovely penthouse you have. It's good to see you without walking around.
How can you do this to me? I've never harmed you. Why do you insist on ruining my life? Why?
My dear lady, the last thing I desire to do is to ruin your life. Unfortunately, the world you and I live in being what it is, I am forced by circumstances to live by my wits.
If I give you the money now, how do I know you won't be back in another month?
Oh, that is very simple. Because after you pay me off this time, there would not be any point in my bothering you again.
What do you mean?
I mean, Mrs. Morgan, that this time I want $500,000.
$500,000?
Yes. If I am not mistaken, that is what the balance of your fortune amounts to. Do you not see? Once you have paid it over to me, there would be no point in my bothering you anymore. Simple, is it not?
You must be mad.
I? Oh, no, Mrs. Morgan, not I. Come now, you love your husband and he loves you. There are years and years of happiness before you. If he does not learn your little secret, you are wise. You will turn the money over to me.
I can't. If I were to withdraw $500,000, he'd find out about it.
But there is always the chance that he won't. If you do not do as I ask, I shall be forced to reveal the secret.
No.
Yes, Mrs. Morgan. Your husband will learn that while you were in England in 1939, you murdered your sweetheart.
I won't listen.
But your husband will. And he will learn that after you committed this murder, you spent the following 8 years in an English insane asylum.
No, you can't tell him. You can't.
Think of what a sensation the tabloids will make out of it. And think of what people will say.
No.
Your husband would have to divorce.
No.
So, fainted, have you? That is not going to help you, Mrs. Morgan.
Martin, I just got your message at the theater. Where's Joan? What's wrong?
She's in her bedroom with Dr. Richards. It seems that she... Here's Dr. Richards now.
Doctor, what's wrong?
Keith, you must prepare yourself for a shock.
Oh, what's happened?
A half hour ago, one of your neighbors on the floor heard Joan weeping and screaming hysterically. The manager knew I was your doctor and sent for me.
But why was she weeping and screaming?
She's had a breakdown.
Breakdown?
Yes.
Well, I want to see her. I must.
Very well, Keith, but only for a moment. Mr. Walker, I'm afraid you'll have to wait here.
I understand, Doctor.
Keith, you must keep a grip on yourself.
All right. Joan. Darling. It's Keith.
You stay away from me. Stay away, both of you. Don't come near me.
Doctor, she doesn't even recognize me.
Yes, Keith,
I know who you are. You can't fool me. One of you is Mr. Benedict. Maybe both of you are Mr. Benedict. Yes. I know what you're here for, but I won't let you.
She's completely out of her mind.
I know you're both Mr. Benedict. You can't fool me.
Who's this Benedict she keeps talking about?
I don't know, Keith. She feels she's being persecuted by this Benedict fellow. He may be real, and again, he may be a figment of her imagination.
She's definitely afraid of him.
Yes, she sees everyone as this fellow Benedict. I tried to give her a sedative, but she grows violent when I approach.
Well, can't you do something for her?
I've already sent for an ambulance. She'd be much better off in a hospital where she can have constant medical care. Come along, Keith.
How is she, Doctor?
Well, it may be a long time before she recovers. I'm going down to the lobby, wait for the ambulance. I suggest you two stay here. Keep an eye on her. I've left the door to her room open.
All right, Doctor.
Shouldn't be more than a few minutes.
How do you feel, Keith?
Tired, if you want to know.
Well, it's only natural. These past 2 months have been quite strenuous for you. But with $500,000 and a wife who'll probably never be in any condition to ask you about it, you've done quite well.
Quite well? That's an understatement. Name one actor, living or dead, who could have given as great a performance of Mr. Benedict as I did.
You were superb as Benedict, I admit.
Superb? Why, I was magnificent. The costume, the makeup, my accent, simply perfect. I tell you, it was the greatest performance ever given. What a pity you weren't here at 5:30 this afternoon.
I'm sure I missed the performance of the age.
I outdid myself. You should have heard me.
Yes, Mrs. Morgan. Your husband will learn that while you were in England in 1939, you murdered your, sweetheart. That after you committed this murder, you spent the following 8 years in an English insane asylum.
It's really a pity I've played my greatest role to an audience of one.
Well, yes, Keith, but you were probably the highest paid actor in the world. I'm sure that $500,000 for 2 months' work, less my share, of course, is something of a record.
Yes, it probably is.
I heard you, Mr. Benedict. You can't fool me.
Joan!
I know one of you is Mr. Benedict. Or are you both Mr. Benedict? Yes, you both must be Mr. Benedict. That's clever. That disguise you use, that's clever. But you can't fool me.
She must have overheard you. That brought her out of her room. Yes,
no matter how many disguises you use, I know you. No, don't you come near me. Don't come near me.
Please, she's got a gun.
Come near me.
Put that gun down.
I'm not going to let you tell. I'm not going to let you
don't.
tell.
Don't, Joan. Stop. You shot me.
Oh, Joan, no. I'm not Mr. Benedict. He's...
You'll never tell Keith now. Never, never, never.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our trip? Too bad about poor Keith and Martin. Such interesting scoundrels. That fellow Keith was certainly a remarkable actor, wasn't he? But, like so many actors, he overplayed his role. With fatal results. What happened to Joan Morgan? Well, the poor woman was committed to an institution where after several years of treatment, she recovered completely. However, she still has a deathly fear of actors. Oh, you'll have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at the same time.
You've just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. The role of the mysterious traveler is played by Maurice Tarplin. Others in the cast were Santos Ortega, Ann Shepard, and Roger DeCoven. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Gentlemen, we now present George Edwards in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Why, Margaret, where are you off to?
Oh, don't stop me now. Let me go, please.
But there's something the matter. Why, you're crying, Margaret.
Just let me go. There's nothing you can do.
Are you quite sure? Let me find you a cab or something. I can't leave you like this. Won't you tell me what's happened?
It's... Oh, I'm so ashamed of myself, crying in the street. Everybody's turning to look at me.
Oh, forget about that. You just tell me what's the matter. You've got me very worried.
There's nothing to worry about. It's just that I met Henry, and it rather upset me. Oh, Hugh, I'm so glad it's you I met. You're so comforting.
Well, I'm jolly glad of that. Because you look as though you're in need of a little comfort. Why, look, here's a little tea shop. How would you like to go in there for a while? Looks nice and cozy. You can sit there and tell me all about it.
All right. Let's go then.
Good girl. Now, what do you have? Tea and buns?
Oh, tea and anything. Just so long as I can sit here for a while and get control of myself.
Oh, you'll do that all right. Come along now. Tell me all about it.
Oh, it's silly of me. I suppose I should have known. But it's the one thing I never dreamed of.
What is?
That Henry should have fallen in love with someone else.
What?
That's it.
Who told you this?
He did. I've just left him. We've been sitting in those little gardens at the end of the street.
If anybody had told me but you, Margaret, I'd say they were dreaming.
Then you don't know anything about it?
Absolutely nothing.
He's never said anything to you?
Well, I knew he had some strange sort of idea after his illness about not getting married.
Yes, I know that. We had a long talk about 3 months ago. He told me then that he felt he had no right to marry me or any other woman. He spoke as if there was some sort of blight on him, as though some terrible thing had happened that set him apart from all other men.
But I thought he'd got over that. He's been tons better lately. Had 1 or 2 remarkable successes in his work, and that seemed to do him no end of good.
Yes, he is looking better. But perhaps that isn't only due to his work.
What do you mean?
Well, if there's this other woman...
Oh, I can't believe it.
Then why would he say it?
Goodness only knows. I've been Henry's best friend for a long time now. I've given up asking why about him. Here's our tea. Good, sane, honest tea. Have a cup or 2 of that, and then you can tell me the rest of the story.
I think you know most of it, Hugh. Ever since we've been children, Henry and I seem to accept the fact that one day we'd be married. Oh, but perhaps I was wrong. I might have thought he cared for me, and all the while...
Nonsense. I know how Henry felt about you. There's never been anyone else. I don't believe there ever can be.
Then who is this other woman he's talking about?
I don't know. But the first chance I get, I'll ask him.
No, please don't.
Yes, I will. I can't see you going around with so much unhappiness in your eyes and not do something about it.
I don't think you'll be able to do much about it, Hugh.
Confound the fellow. I'd like to wring his neck.
Dear old Hugh. Drink your tea while it's hot and tell me all about yourself and Nancy. When are you going to be married? At least let me enjoy the thought of your happiness.
Well, all being well, we plan to take the plunge in about a fortnight.
So soon? Of course. I'm forgetting that I've been away for ages. And where are you going for your honeymoon?
Nowhere original. Believe it or not, we're going walking through the lake country.
It should be marvelous up there now. But anywhere it should be marvelous. On a honeymoon.
Oh, sir. I'm sorry. What a clumsy ass I am. What do I want to go talking about that for?
You didn't. I asked you. I'm the one who's the fool, Hugh. Henry made things perfectly clear to me ages ago. I deliberately sought him out today and forced him to tell me what he did. It serves me right. I should have had more pride.
Oh, pride be hanged. I admire you for doing it. Must have taken a lot of courage. Not 1 woman in 1,000 would have done it.
That's nice of you. I feel I need a little of that sort of thing. My vanity's had rather a bad time, you know.
Vanity, nothing. If Henry's mad enough to prefer someone else to you, that's just his bad judgment.
I wonder who on earth she can be.
I don't know. But I'll find out just as soon as ever I can. Peters. Any idea where Dr. Jekyll is?
Oh, he was here about 5 minutes ago. I think I heard him say something about checking through some lists of supplies that came in from the drugstore.
Oh, probably in the dispensary. I'll have a look. Have things been busy today?
Busy? Oh, that's not the word for it. 42 cases in the outpatient department alone.
Made me feel ashamed it wasn't here to lend a hand. But I met an old friend and stayed talking.
Oh, that must have been nice.
Wasn't a bit nice. She's a very rare and splendid person. Just taken a particularly bad knock. Sometimes human souls need little attention as much as human bodies, Peters, my dear.
I'm sorry.
Don't apologize. I know what you must have been thinking. You look terribly tired. Can't you finish up and go home?
There's a good hour's more work to be got through here, and then at least half a dozen people to be visited before I get home.
Henry and I flatter ourselves we do most of the hard work around this clinic. But if we didn't have you to carry on where we left off...
Now, listen, none of your blarney, Dr. Lanyon. Save that for Nancy. Oh, by the way, she left a message for you. She couldn't wait till you got back, as she had to go and have some dresses fitted. She wants you to meet her at Marble Arch at 5 o'clock.
Oh, I'll have to hurry then.
Oh, don't go without seeing Dr. Jekyll. I know he wants to discuss something with you.
Good old Peters. You forget nothing, do you?
Yes. And that's what I get for it. Good old Peters.
Why, Peters, dear, what's the matter?
What do you think's the matter? Just because I work here like a cart horse doesn't mean that I've got no further ambitions than a load of straw.
Ambitions? Of course, I know there's neither honor nor glory here.
That's not what I mean. I'm not talking about material things.
What is it, then?
Oh, I suppose I'm a stupid old maid, but somehow the sight of Nancy going off this afternoon to have a wedding dress tried on, looking so happy and so pretty, and me left here to dress leg ulcers and carbuncles.
Peters, darling.
Oh, don't take any notice of me. I'm sorry. I'll get over it. I'm tired, I suppose.
Of course you're tired. You'll have to have a holiday. I'll speak to Henry about it.
Don't you dare. Don't you ever dare mention what I just said to you, or I'll walk out of this clinic and I'll never come back again.
Well, I'll be...
Hello there. I say, what have you been saying to Peters? I met her running along the passage as though old Nick were after her.
It's what she's been saying to me, rather. But she doesn't want that discussed, so let's forget it.
All right. By the way, where have you been? We need you rather badly down here this afternoon.
I was talking to Margaret.
Margaret? Where did you meet her?
Not far from the place where she'd been talking to you. Henry, what's at the bottom of this breach between you two?
I told you. I told you months ago.
You're a sick man, then. Made you believe there might have been some reason for your not getting married. But those weren't the reasons you gave Margaret this afternoon.
What do you mean?
Did she? She told me everything. Henry, old man, it isn't true, is it?
What are you talking about?
There isn't any other woman, is there?
How do you know?
Because I know how you feel about her. Don't think I haven't seen the look on your face when anybody mentions her name. There's no one else in the world for you but her. And I told her so.
You what?
I told her so. I suppose you had some sort of reason for telling her different.
I had some sort of reason? Of course I had, you blundering idiot. How dare you interfere in my private affairs? If I told her one thing, what right had you to say anything different?
Henry, I'm awfully sorry.
I should think you would be. Do you think I did it lightly without knowing all the consequences? And now you come along and undo all that I've done.
She was so unhappy.
Well, what if she was? Isn't it better to know the truth and live in a fool's paradise?
Then it is the truth?
Yes. Yes, the truth.
Then I can only apologize all over again. I feel that... No, I can't tell you how I feel.
That's all right. You meant well. I know that. And of course, you weren't expected to know.
The longer I know you, Henry, old man, the less I seem to understand.
I know, but bear with me. Bear with me. You don't understand the position I'm in. If I were to lose your friendship...
Oh, you'll never do that. I know, Henry, Can I say just one thing more? Go ahead. Are you going to be happy this time? I mean, are you going to be married? Why do you ask that? I've got two reasons. One of them is that I think it would be very good for you. The other is Margaret. Why, what do you mean? I think, if you'll forgive me for saying so, if you were married to somebody else, she might possibly find happiness with John Fairley. You think so? I don't think she will as long as there's a hope for you. Yes, I think you're right, Al. I'll ask the lady if she'll marry me. I'll do it right away. Do I know her? Very well. Very well indeed.
Excuse me, Doctor, but I find I can get away sooner than I expected.
Oh.
Do you mind if I go now?
Come in, Nurse Peters, and shut the door.
Yes.
I've got something to say to you. I told you that you knew her, Hugh. Well, here she is.
What? Well, what are you talking about?
Hugh, my dear. Dr. Lanyon has been chiding me with my bad behavior, Nurse Peters. I have the honor to ask you to be my wife.
Unsolved Mysteries. The Borden case is undoubtedly without parallel in the criminal annals of America. It is perhaps the most puzzling murder which has occurred anywhere in the whole world. The perpetrator of this double murder was saved from the gallows by a most extraordinary chain of circumstances. Circumstances which perhaps would not recur in 1,000 years. The Borden place in Fall River, Massachusetts, was a house of silences. A house of moody, brooding silences brought about by pent-up hatreds, petty jealousies, niggardly dealings in money matters, and two daughters who hated their stepmother. A stepmother who hated with equal intensity her two stepdaughters. Even from the outside, the Borden house, where it stood on South Main Street, had about it an air of ineffable doom. The atmosphere of a place accursed. It is exactly 30 seconds before 11 o'clock on the morning of August the 4th. Bridget, the maid, finished with her morning duties, is resting in her room on the third story. Mr. Borden is lying on the couch in the living room. Emma Borden is away from home. And Lizzie Borden, is standing on the back porch.
Bridget! Bridget! Come here!
What's the matter, Miss Lizzie?
Come down quick. Father's dead. Somebody came in and killed him. Don't go in, Bridget. Don't go in. Get a doctor. Run across the street and get Dr. Bowen.
Is there anything wrong, Lizzie?
Oh, Mrs. Churchill, someone has killed Father. Please come over.
I'll be over right away. The doctor isn't home. I left word for him to come. Miss Lizzie, where were you when this happened?
I was out in the yard. I heard a groan. The screen door was wide open. I came in.
Lizzie, where is your father?
In the living room.
Where were you, Lizzie, when it happened?
I went to the barn to get a piece of iron.
Where is your mother?
I don't know. She had a note to go see someone who was sick. It must have been in town. But I thought I heard her come in. I don't know but what she may have been killed, too. Father must have an enemy.
What's all this, Lizzie? What's it to hear about your father?
It's Dr. Bowen, and he has Officer Allen with him.
Oh, Doctor, in the living room.
All right. Now stand back. Come on, Doctor. No need to examine him to see whether or not he's dead. Get me a sheet, somebody. How long has he been dead, Doc? About 10 minutes. Still warm. Lizzie.
Yes, Doctor.
Where were you when this happened?
I was over at the barn.
Where were you, Bridget?
In my room, upstairs.
Did you hear anything?
No.
Were you asleep?
No. I've just been lying down for a few seconds.
Now listen, nobody could have killed this man the way he's been killed without making some noise. No signs of any weapon either, officer. Let me see your hands, Bridget. That's it. Turn around. Nothing there. You, Miss Lizzie. Let me see your hands.
Me?
Yes, you. Whoever killed this man must have left some traces. And you were the only two people in the house.
There's no signs of blood on Lizzie. Not even inside her body. I've looked, Bridget.
You go upstairs and see if Mother's come in.
Not alone, Miss Lizzie. I'm not going up those stairs alone. I'll go with you. Oh, Dr. Lizzie. Oh.
That's Mrs. Borden?
Yes. I knew something like this would happen.
What? Why?
I just did. That's all.
Alan. Yes, Doctor? Mrs. Borden's been dead anywhere from 1 hour to 2 hours. And he's been dead only a few minutes. Yes. Well, every one of you stay where you are. I'm going to search for the weapon.
But neither Officer Allen nor any other of the many members of the police force ever found the weapon. Mrs. Churchill, from her window across the driveway, saw no one enter or leave the house. Mrs. Borden, the murdered woman, weighed nearly 200 pounds, yet no one heard a sound when the murderer felled her. Not a sound, not a cry, not a clue, but suspicions. Yes. Lizzie Borden lay in prison, staring at the whitewashed ceiling, hearing again and again the same words. Different voices, but always the same words. Where were you, Lizzie Borden, when this happened?
Where were you, Lizzie Borden, when this happened?
Where were you, Lizzie Borden, when this happened? Where were you, Lizzie Borden, when this happened?
Where were you, Lizzie Borden, when this happened?
Where were you, Lizzie Borden, when this happened? Where were you, Lizzie Borden, when this happened?
The Superior Court of New Bedford on this day, June the 20th, now in session. Chief Justice Albert Mason presiding. All stand while the justice takes his seat.
Mr. Robinson, you may begin your closing appeal to the jury.
Gentlemen of the jury, you have heard the witnesses describe the sitting room in which Mr. Borden was killed. How the walls, the ceiling were splattered with blood. Now, gentlemen of the jury, almost 2 hours elapsed between the murders. At no time was Miss Lizzie Borden out of the sight of Bridget the maid or Mr. Borden before his death for a period of more than 20 minutes. How could she cleanse herself of bloodstains in that length of time? I repeat, how could she cleanse herself of bloodstains in that length of time? She could not. Now remember that according to the state, Lizzie Borden must have killed her stepmother about 9:30, got rid of the weapon, cleansed herself, and appeared before Bridget the maid before 9:45. Again, she had between 10:45 and 11 o'clock in which to kill Mr. Borden, again dispose of the weapon, and again cleanse herself of bloodstains. Impossible, gentlemen of the jury, impossible. Within 15 minutes of Mr. Borden's death, Lizzie Borden was examined by Mrs. Churchill, who stated that there were no bloodstains on Lizzie Borden's person, not even inside her bodice. I have finished. I ask that you think carefully and seriously upon the evidence presented when you return your verdict.
The district attorney may address the jury. Gentlemen of the jury, the defense contend that Lizzie Borden did not have time to cleanse herself after killing her stepmother. Now, that is something that no one can say. The medical testimony cannot. and does not specify the exact moment at which Mrs. Borden was struck down. And Lizzie Borden may have had ample time in which to rid herself of the telltale bloodstains. In regard to the killing of Mr. Borden, I admit the difficulty. I cannot answer it. You cannot answer it. But, gentlemen of the jury, Lizzie Borden was the only person who could have committed the double murder.
And so I say to you, gentlemen of the jury, as presiding judge in this case, that if the state have not proved their case, then you must find for the prisoner and return a verdict so. You may retire to consider your verdict.
While the jury retire to consider their verdict, consider the case. It is not easy to remove bloodstains. Bloodstains can be removed more or less easily from the smooth skin of the face, but from the hands, no. Remember, too, that there was no bathtub in the Borden home. Do not lose sight of the fact that no weapon was found, no burned clothes were found, and the murderer must have been literally saturated with the victim's blood. Consider, too, that at any moment Bridget, the maid, or Mr. Borden could have walked upstairs and discovered the murderer killing Mrs. Borden. The jury have been out almost an hour. It is 4:30, and they file to their places in the jury box.
Are the gentlemen of the jury agreed upon a verdict?
We are, Your Honor.
Lizzie Borden, stand up. Face the jury.
We, the jury, find the prisoner not guilty.
A careful reading without emotion or favor of the trial transcript must convince any unprejudiced person that Lizzie Borden did not commit the double murder. Since this is an unsolved mystery, any solution is necessarily a supposition based, however, upon the known facts. A possible solution will be presented after you have heard from your sponsor. On 2 occasions previous to the Borden murders, the Borden home had been robbed of jewelry and money. Stray tramps had probably perpetrated the robberies, and remember that these gentlemen of the highway leave secret markings on walls and houses informing their brothers of the road that these houses are easy to rob, or perhaps a mark that tells that the householder is kindly and that food will be forthcoming. It is the morning of the murder.
Lizzie? Lizzie?
Yes, Mother?
I'm going to town to visit a friend who isn't feeling well.
Now, Mother?
I'm going to my room to dress first. Have Bridget wash the windows.
Yes, Mother. Bridget? Oh, Bridget?
Yes, Miss Lizzie?
I'm going to do some ironing. Will you wash the windows?
Yes, Miss Lizzie. I've got the water and everything ready now. I'm going right outside.
Both for the irons won't be hard for quite a spell. I'll go to the barn and get the lead and make these sinkers for my fishing line.
A tramp hidden in the basement since early morning makes his way into the house. This is his opportunity for petty theft. The house is empty, he thinks. In the upper room, he comes face to face with Mrs. Borden. He silences her unuttered cry with a blow. Panic seizes him and he turns to flee. Escape is impossible. Lizzie Borden has returned from the barn and tremblingly the murderer hides in the same room where his victim lies dead.
Here's your father, Miss Lizzie. I'm going up to my room for a few minutes.
Very well, Bridget.
Oh, hello, Father.
Hello, Lizzie.
Any mail for me, Father?
No, not a thing, Lizzie. I'm tired. I think I'll lie down for a bit on the sofa.
No, all right. I'm going out to the barn for a piece of iron.
The murderer, still hidden in the upper room, hears the door slam. He creeps downstairs to the living room, sees Mr. Borden on the sofa, and thinking he's asleep, tries to creep past him. Borden looks up, sees the blood-stained figure, but like Mrs. Borden, he is silenced with a blow before he can say a word. The back door creaks. Lizzie's returning. In a moment, the hue and cry will be raised. The murderer's only chance is to hide in the basement and wait for an opportune moment to escape. And so Fall River had an unsolved mystery. For the police, despite a statement that a murderer could have entered the house through the basement, didn't even look in the basement till the next day. And the murderer had, of course, made his escape in the dark of the previous night.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you the story of an accidental death and an attempted escape. Death on My Hands, starring Phil Harris and Alice Faye.
Flood my carburetor if it isn't Oscar the orating Otto. What's up?
My hood, Harlow. It's been nearly 5,000 miles since my last spark plug check.
And you're set for a session with your Autolite spark plug dealer, eh, Oscar? His exclusive new plug check indicator will quickly show the condition of your spark plugs and whether they're right for your style of driving.
I'm not up to par, Harlow. I've lost my usual pep on the hills, and I'm using too much gasoline.
Well, if the plug check indicator shows your spark plugs need cleaning or adjustments, your Autolite spark plug dealer has all the equipment to do the job right.
And if my plugs are worn out, Harlow?
Then he'll replace the worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite, resistor-type or standard-type spark plugs to give you smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings. So, friends, have your spark plugs checked regularly. And when you do, see your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with Death on My Hands and the performances of Alice Faye and Phil Harris, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Mention the name of the town. It won't help any. I don't think I'll even tell you what part of the country it's in. It's just a place in a long valley with 100-year-old elms and hills you can't stop looking at. And the people? Well, maybe they're not much different than anybody else. 2,500 of them. The kids went to schools with big lawns and long walks. And the men walked up Oak Street from the mills right after the 5 o'clock whistle. Some stopped for a beer at Mike's or the Green Rooster or Eddie's Tavern, and some went right on home. Sounds wonderfully ordinary, doesn't it? That's what I thought. Until they tried to hang me.
Dixie!
Oh, Dixie! I can't believe it.
It's me, all right. I saw you from across the street.
Well, what in the world are you doing in this little town, Julia?
Oh, just getting a little rest.
Don't give me that. Your idea of rest was always to sit in an air-conditioned cocktail lounge.
Gee, you look good.
Well, what about you? I wish you'd have stayed with the band, Julia.
I just felt like drifting, Dixie.
Where did you drift?
All over. Ended up with a carnival.
A carnival?
I saw the posters about you and the band playing for the high school dance tonight. I couldn't believe it.
Well, you don't get young doing one-nighters, but you see a lot of country and some swell people. You, for example.
Well, how are all the boys?
Well, I'm the only one of the original bunch left.
No.
Yeah. Chigger Thompson went with Kenton. Bill Candoli joined the circus in Cleveland, married a snake charmer.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And then Squeak Hanley lost himself up with the law in Virginia. You know how it goes. I got all new sidemen now, just kids.
Yeah. Things change, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Hey, look, Julia, why don't you drop in at the dance?
They think I was an old science teacher.
Nah, you'll knock 'em dead.
No. No, look, Dixie. I want to talk to you. I'm at the embassy, across from the railroad station, the only hotel in town. I'll see you after the dance, outside. And we'll have a sandwich and a drink and a talk, huh?
Okay. That's the way you want it. Look, it's the high school auditorium, you know.
Uh-huh.
Well, I'll see you.
Dixie.
Yeah.
Who's singing in my place now?
Me. We walked opposite directions and caught each other looking back a couple of times. She looked good. Then she always had. There'd never been anything wrong with how Julia looked. That night at the high school dance, I played like I hadn't played for weeks. Man, that band caught fire. You should have seen the faces of those kids dancing by the bandstand. They looked at me as if I invented music. And me, a third-rate clarinet player. Trouble was as far from my mind as Carnegie Hall is from Bop City. It was backstage after the dance that the bubble blew up in my face.
Here's the loot, boss. Look at it. Big, coarse notes.
Yeah, what does it come to, Teddy?
Well, the cashier says 1,200 round simoleons, but I count it myself.
That's not bad for this town.
Listen, it's a lot better than standing on Vine Street waiting for a recording date. I'll take this kind of loot any day in a week.
Yeah, I better put this in my bag.
Hey, that bag must be loaded by now.
I got 2 weeks' take in there. But I'll drop it in the bank when we get to Kansas City.
Hey, you still carrying that gun for protection?
Yeah, Ted. Right here. I wouldn't know how to use it, though.
Loaded?
Every chamber. See?
Oh, those things give me the creeps. Hey, what else you got in that bag?
Just some publicity pictures of me. I'm going to get some new ones, though.
Get 'em while you're young. When they start camouflaging those age lines in your face, the cost goes up by leaps and bounds.
Yeah, no. Teddy, tell the boys I'll be at the next stop tomorrow.
Oh? Who'd you tie up with?
Julia.
She here? Well, I'll be darned. Small world, huh? What's she doing now?
I'll tell you tomorrow. We got about 6 years talking to do in 8 hours. Now get on out of here, huh?
Yeah, right, boss.
Come in. I'll be in with you in a minute, Julia. I just want...
My name isn't Julia. It's Emily.
Oh, Emily. Well, what can I do for you?
Well, they all dared me to come in and tell you how much we liked your music.
Well, bless you. So you liked it, huh?
Never had such a good band at our dance before. It was like having Benny Goodman.
Well, now, aren't you sweet? I'll tell Benny when I see him.
Do you have a picture I could have?
Well, I don't have any real good ones, but... Hey, I'll tell you what. You give me your name and address, and I'll send you one autographed. With love to Emily, my prettiest fan.
I can see some in that suitcase.
No, those aren't any good. They're kind of old. I
just gotta get one. They dared me.
All right, but don't pull that suitcase, kid. Look out!
Oh!
Kid. What did you do? She fell to the floor and her head suddenly spurted red. For a moment I was so shocked I didn't know what to do. And I bent over and I picked her up and I ran to find the nearest doctor. I ran almost 4 blocks with people staring at me like I was crazy. I couldn't even feel myself. I was just a thought. Get to a doctor. And I finally did.
She died instantly. No doctor in the world could help her.
From then on, it was a nightmare. There was only 4 policemen in town, and they were all handling highway traffic 30 miles away because of a big mill fire. I told the doctor and the people who crowded around me that I'd stay in town and face a police inquest the next morning. There was some grumbles and some nasty words, but nobody stopped me from checking in at the Embassy Hotel. But I was there only an hour when I realized I wasn't going to get off that easily. A group of men formed outside the hotel and stood looking up at my window. And then all of a sudden I realized they wanted to lynch me. Listen down there. I know you're there. You don't need no rocks through no windows. You don't need any lousy notes. I know why you're there.
How long are you waiting, Dixie? The tighter the rope's gonna be.
You're never going to use a rope on me. Never. Do you understand? Never. Who is it? Who is it?
Julia.
What do you want?
Who are you doing all the shouting at?
Them. Those people down there. If you can call them people. They threw a note through the window on a rock. They want me for killing that girl.
Well, maybe I can help you.
What can you do?
Don't kick a friendship in the face, Dixie. You never know when it'll come in handy.
Yeah? Tell me all about it. Look at them down there. Watching the window like hound dogs with a treed possum.
Oh, Dixie, why don't you think of something to do instead of just burning off steam?
Think. In the past hour, I've thought more than that Greek philosopher did in a lifetime. But it all boils down to me ending up with a tag on my toe.
Oh, I wish I could help you.
Look, what are you hanging around me for? They might try to do something to you if they find out you've been nice to me.
I'll take my chances. I got nothing else to do.
Well, thanks. But don't waste your time. I don't think it's going to pay off. You know what? They make me feel like a criminal. They found my car.
They did?
Yeah, somebody told the manager. What's his name? Abdo. The car's 3 miles north of here in an empty riverbed. Burned to a crisp. The only thing in the world I own.
Oh, Dixie, don't let it get you.
But how much do they want? Julia, an accident is an accident. That means it wasn't done on purpose. She grabbed the bag, and the gun went off. And she was just a little kid.
Oh, Dixie, stop it. You're not doing yourself any good this way. It could happen to anyone. To me, or the people next door, or even to one of them down there. Oh, come on, sweetheart, and sit down here with me.
Wait a minute.
What is it, Dixie?
More of them. And they got guns now. Not just clubs and ropes, guns.
Get away from that window.
Maybe I don't want to. Maybe I could get them to shoot me from here, and then it'd be over with like that.
Get back from that window. Come on.
Let go of me. They wouldn't shoot. They want their fun later.
Do what I say. You gotta think, Dixie. You gotta think of some way to get out of here.
Sorry that girl got killed. Sorry as an honest man can be, but... Well, there's no point in dying to prove it.
I think God understands, Dixie.
Just another rock.
No, it isn't. Look what it... Oh, never mind, Dixie. It's what you said, a
Wait
rock.
a minute now. It's something else. What is it? Don't hide it from me.
Dixie.
Give it to me. Oh, a shoe. One of her shoes. What are they going to throw up next? Her body?
Dixie, let me take it. Let them keep it. You dirty! Oh, Dixie. If there was only something we could do.
There isn't. When people get like that, they're just a...
Oh, I'm not going to let this happen. I'm not going to...
Julia, listen. They're breaking the door down. They're coming in.
Well, we've got to get out of here somehow.
Get out? There's no way to get out now. Now go back to your room, Julia.
I won't.
I said go on.
Too late, Dixie. They're coming down the hall.
Autolite is bringing you Phil Harris and Alice Faye in Death on My Hands. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Yippee! Why the loud levity, my loquacious limousine?
I just visited my neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer, Harlow.
Did he check your spark plugs with the nimble nemesis of nefarious spark plugs, the Autolite plug check indicator?
Yes, sir, Harlow, and it showed that my plugs were not functioning properly.
So he replaced those worn-out spark plugs with the matchless magic manifested by the multiple magnificence of ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, Oscar?
Right, and now I'm giving smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings.
Well, it pays to see your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer. He carries ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, the world-famous spark plugs that are designed by the same engineers who design complete ignition systems for many leading makes of our finest cars.
And I'm off for a spring fling. So long.
So, friends, see your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer soon and have him replace worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite, resistor type or standard type spark plugs. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Alice Faye and Phil Harris in Elliott Lewis's production of Death on My Hands, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
It only sounds like one person.
One person can carry a gun.
Couldn't be them, Dixie. They wouldn't knock.
Who is it?
At the hotel. Let me in.
All right. What's on your mind?
They broke in the door downstairs, but I stopped them in the lobby. They had ropes and guns.
Thank you, Abdul.
Oh, don't thank me. I told them that they couldn't come in after you, but that you would go out.
You don't mean that?
I told them within 15 minutes.
Abdul, let me stay a little longer in the name of humanity till I can dope this out. I got enough money.
I don't worry about money.
Well, what have you got to lose?
Listen, I give you a break. They could have come in here and got you and torn you up in little pieces. But I said no. One little word. How long after you are gone, I have to live in this town. You've got your troubles, I've got mine. Now, that's the way things work.
What's the matter with this town? Why does it act the way it does?
After what you did, you expect them to treat you with brotherly love?
You got to be born here before they think you're human? There's a lot of world outside this flea-bitten town, and most of it's better. They should be happy that someone brings a little of it in with them once in a while.
What you brought in was tragedy.
But it was an accident, a statistic, the kind of thing insurance companies make a fortune predicting. Don't blame me. Blame that big wheel of chance.
Dixie.
I just didn't get the right number on this spin, that's all.
Well, you got now 30 minutes to think of another.
What can I do for you, Dixie? Tell me something.
Just let me alone.
Well, I'm going to do something anyway.
Did you turn on the radio?
I turned on the radio.
Turn it off.
I'm not going to.
Turn it off.
I'm not going to.
What do you want music for?
Because I want to dance.
Are you crazy?
Oh, come on, Dixie, dance with me. Come on. It used to take your mind off things.
Oh, I know, but
Come on, that's it. Oh, pull me closer, Dixie.
Oh, I wish this hadn't happened. So I could enjoy you, Julia.
Let's just pretend this is the future. And we're dancing somewhere in love, and
How can I think like that when all I can see are those guys down there loading buckshot and guns? Just
Dixie. Just dance.
But I can still think.
Oh, honey. This is wonderful.
You know, I've played for a lot of dances. And I never realized until now what it does to you inside.
What does it do to you, Dixie?
Makes me wish I'd have gone to high school. I never got there.
That was Early Autumn, done by the Woody Herman Aggregate, a band that plays the blues. Not that you're blue right now. And this is Charlie Schaefer, your early evening platter party host on KNOK. And I want to remind you that if you have any request whatsoever, just dial KNOK. The switchboards are waiting. And now, how about a little bit of Glenn Miller? In the Mood.
How do you like that? I can request any tune in the world, but I can't save my life. What a great place to live.
Let's dance some more.
Yeah. What should I request? Don't break the news to Mother, or maybe I'm in the mood for life.
Oh,
huh?
Dixie, don't talk like that. Dixie?
Give me the railroad station. Freight division.
Dixie, what are you doing?
Stop talking. Hello? What time does the next freight train leave? Yeah. I have some valuable freight I want to put on board. Oh. An hour, huh? Are you sure of the time? Exactly 1 hour? Well, I guess there wouldn't be time tonight. Thanks anyway.
Oh, Dixie, you just couldn't get to that train.
It's my only chance, but I need an hour. An hour of safety to get to it.
I'll be right back, Dixie.
Where are you going?
To find a policeman or to talk to those men or to do something.
The police are all over in another town. They couldn't get here in time.
You just wait here. I'll be right back.
Emily, if anybody caught me on my knees like this talking to you, I suppose they'd think I was crazy. But I'm not. Emily, you know it was an accident. Pure and simple. It wasn't my fault. Only nobody really believes it. They're waiting for me outside. Your people. And they want me in exchange for you. Only it isn't an exchange. It's just blood revenge. An eye for an eye. And it doesn't make sense. I know that saying all this will never do you any good. But, Emily, I just wanted you to hear how sorry I am, how deeply and tragically sorry I am. Emily, have a good long rest. Maybe someday I'll meet you in person again and we'll talk about it. And that someday might be the day.
What are you doing down in the lobby, young lady? Where are you going?
Mr. Abdul, we've just got to do something. Get some police or get rid of those men out there.
I have long ago sent somebody for the police, but I don't expect them to get here.
Why don't you let him stay here longer?
Because I can only hold these men a while. After that, they come in. I don't want to see it.
Why do these men want him?
I don't want to talk anymore.
Well, I'm going to find out.
Where are you going, lady?
I want to ask you why you want Dixie.
That ought to be plain.
He didn't kill that girl. It wasn't his fault. You must have a better reason. Whose little girl was it? Yours? Or yours? Whose? Is that why you want him? Because it was one of your children?
Lady, you'd better go on about your business and leave ours to us. We got our own reasons for getting that skunk.
What'd you find out, Julia? What happened?
Abdo's been trying to get the police.
They won't come. Don't worry. How many of their neighbors do you think they'll shoot down to save me?
I don't know, Dixie. I don't know.
Look, I got 5 minutes, that's all. 5 minutes to walk out of here. And I need an hour.
I'm sure the ringleader of that gang would... I talked with him. I'm sure he's the father.
Oh, let's see here. I give up.
But you can't, Dixie. You can't.
What do you expect me to do? Perform a miracle?
It's Abdo. Let me in. Are you ready to go, son?
No, I'm not ready to go. I still got 5 minutes.
You must have made a mistake with the time. Your time is up.
It is like... Look at this watch. Look at it. Still better than 4 minutes.
I'm sorry, but now is the time. Before they come in the hotel after you.
I don't get it. I don't get this whole setup. Why did you bother to stop them once if you send me out to them now?
I did what I felt I must do. For me, that was enough.
Well, I'm not going. Do you understand? I'm not going. They'll have to work to get me.
Haven't you done enough to me already?
To you?
The little girl who was killed was my little girl.
Oh.
Mr. Abdo, I'm really sorry. I'll go. You won't have any more trouble from me.
I'm going with you, Dixie.
Here. I turn off the lights in the lobby. That might help.
Shall we take the elevator?
No, honey, the stairs. I want to make it last as long as I can.
Dixie. See, I want to cry.
So do I. But it wouldn't help. I'm having trouble enough seeing now.
I'll go out with you and fight. Let me, Dixie.
You're going to stay right here in this lobby. You said you'd do anything for me, and that's what I want you to do.
How are you going to do it?
I'm going out. Turn right alongside the building, and then I'm going to run. Run, you hear me? Then maybe somewhere, somehow, I can find help. So long, Julia.
Dixie, I love you.
Good. Take it easy.
Hold it. Stay right where you are.
Why should I?
Shut up. Now, if you know what's good for you, walk over to that car. Make it fast.
Take that gun out of my face.
Do what I tell you. Stop talking.
All right, everyone, stay where you are. Hey, what do you think you're trying to do?
I said stay where you are. I'll put a bullet through the face of the first man who moves.
Are you going to let a guy get away with a crime like that? Baby killing? Well, we're not. Come on, guys.
The next one will go through somebody's head. I want you to notice this badge on my coat. You people pay me to protect you and everybody against lawlessness in this town. And I'm going to earn my money whether you want me to or not. Some more police will be here in 2 minutes, and anybody standing around will be arrested. Now go on home. Break this up. All the fun is over. Can you drive?
Thank you, officer.
I said, can you drive?
Well, I could yesterday, but I don't know now. My knees...
Well, try. I've got to be ready for anything.
Where do I go?
To jail. Oh, that's all right, mister. You'll be safe there.
Hello.
Hello, Julia. Would you care to go and get that sandwich we talked about 1,000 years ago?
Oh, I'd love to, Dixie. What did they say?
The coroner acquitted me 10 minutes ago. Accidental homicide.
Oh, that's wonderful. Well, what are you going to do now, Dixie?
Oh, just catch up with the band and drift, I guess.
Dixie, I don't suppose I could...
Go back with the band?
Well, just singing, that's all.
You could do a bigger job than that if you want to.
You mean it?
Sure. Look, here's your wedding ring. You know, I never threw it away.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's stars, Phil Harris and Alice Faye.
Friends, this is Harlow Wilcox again to remind you that Autolite is the world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. Autolite makes over 400 products for cars, trucks, tractors, planes, and boats in 28 plants from coast to coast. These products include world-famous ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, which are carried by your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer. See him soon and have worn-out spark plugs replaced with ignition-engineered Autolite resistor-type or standard-type spark plugs for smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, our star will be Mr. Charles Boyer in Another Man's Poison. And in weeks to come, you will hear such famous stars as Jeff Chandler and Dick Powell on Suspense.
Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Death on My Hands was written for Suspense by John Michael Hayes and E. Jack Newman. Included in tonight's cast were Joseph Kearns, Herb Butterfield, Barbara Whiting, Byron Kane, Franklin Parker, and Gil Stratton, Jr. Alice Faye and Phil Harris may be heard on their own radio program every Sunday over another network.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Mr. Charles Boyer in a tale we call Another Man's Poison.
You can buy world-famous Autolite resistor or standard-type spark plugs, Autolite Stay-Full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
We want to thank the National Safety Council for choosing Autolite for the Council's Public Interest Award of 1950. This award is presented in recognition of exceptional service to safety. Autolite is proud to have been chosen as one of the leaders in this important field and pledges continued efforts toward accident prevention on the highway. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you a story of desperation and terror, Another Man's Poison, starring Mr. Charles Boyer.
I am Claude Bourget. Regardless of what you've read about me in the papers, money means nothing more and nothing less to me than it does to any other man of moderate income. You must realize that. You must know that I only wanted to give my family every comfort and advantage I could. At least I think that's the reason I hesitated several months ago. At least I hope it's the reason. Because there it was. Wouldn't you have looked at it? Wouldn't you have opened it up? A package, wrapped in brown paper and tied with a heavy cord. Wouldn't you have opened it? And then, all I knew was that I had to get home with it. Quickly. Alice!
Claude! What? Claude! What's the matter? What happened?
Look at this. Look at it.
Oh.
There must be thousands of dollars in this bundle. 75, perhaps 100,000.
Where? How?
Oh, I stopped, you know, the way I stop. I stopped for wild flowers for the office, the way I do sometimes. It was there. Must have been there for months.
Call the police.
You can tell it was there for months by the faded bills and... Police? Why the police?
Because it isn't ours. Someone lost it.
I don't know. What if I do? Isn't there money? Let anyone with a good enough story come along, anyone, and they would turn it over to him. They wouldn't be out anything.
Claude, you have to turn it over to the police. Well, how could we explain it?
Well, we'll move away, go to the Pacific coast or something, and...
This is our home. The children have their friends here. Our friends.
Yes, you're right.
It's fine.
Just allow me one thing. Let me protect our interests. Isn't that reasonable? To protect our rights?
How do you mean?
Well, I'll go and see Tom Haskell.
All right. But, well, how can a lawyer help? What for?
You said all right. You said you would let me look after our interest in this.
And then you'll give it to the police.
I'll do the right thing. You know that, Alice. Now, give me a satchel. A small one. When I found that money, I had looked around quickly, like a fugitive. Like I had done something wrong. Why? I don't know. I just know it was more cash than I had ever seen at one time. $98,000 is a lot of money, especially to a man who is 46 years old and hasn't made more than $7,000 a year. A man who's screamed and saved like any other man who loves his family. That's why I had to know my rights and responsibilities for my family. Tom Haskell told me it would take 12 months to get the money. 12 months.
Claude, either you keep the money in your possession or turn it over to the police. Either one, but with either one, you have to give an affidavit to the police within 3 days.
And at the end of a year?
The law says it's yours if no one presents valid proof to the contrary.
Hey, mister, who is to say it's valid? Who is to say that the proof is strong enough?
The police, if you turn the whole thing over to them.
Well, don't I have a voice in this? Don't I have any rights?
Oh, it's your choice, Claude.
Now, look, possession is 9/10 of the law.
That's what the book says.
I don't have to give the police the money as long as I tell them. Is that it? Is that what you want me to do?
You're asking me to tell you exactly what you should do. Well, Claude, I can't. Now, both ways are legal. Both ways are right.
What would you do?
If I'd found the money?
Yes, if you had to decide. I'm asking you as a friend. If you had to decide between keeping it or turning it over to the police.
Oh, I don't know. No one could know if it's worth the risk. No one but the man who actually had to make such a decision.
If it's worth the risk? What did he mean? What risk? I had a feeling he meant something evil. I didn't want to hear it. He had given me legal advice. That was all I wanted. I didn't want to hear about risks. Men have taken risks for much less. But I am a believer in law, doing everything by the law. You learn that in the real estate business, that it is best to do everything by the law.
Anything else, Mr. Bourget?
Well, I think that's all, Lieutenant.
Get all of it, Joe?
That one part Mr. Bourget mentioned, the money, I didn't quite get where he was keeping it.
Clarify that, Mr. Bourget?
Just keeping it.
You know what you're letting yourself in for?
Now, look, I came here voluntarily, Lieutenant. I came to the police of my own free will.
No one said you didn't.
But you imply things I do not like.
It's not me. I'm sure you're straight because I know you a little, but there are strangers who won't believe you actually found $98,000. There aren't many who do that. But it doesn't take many. Never has.
You attempt to frighten me. Why, I don't know. I don't understand.
I'm trying to protect you.
From nothing. From nothing at all.
This will be in the paper. Every paper in the country.
I expect it to. There is no other way the owner can be found. I want everyone to know.
And everyone will. Every grifter and fast con man. Every boiler room steel artist.
Now, is there anything illegal in my keeping the money?
No.
Well, then you have my number, Lieutenant. And I'll refer any legitimate claim to you for investigation.
Bourget.
Yes?
98,000 will buy a lot of things. But one of them isn't a new neck.
I hated Lieutenant Gaston. He hadn't done anything to me, but I hated him. He had made me afraid. No, he had made me realize I was afraid. Why do we hate people who make us realize we are afraid? But the months passed and nothing happened. Just torrents of lies and hysterical claims, a few threats. Some I turned over to Gaston. Nothing at all. What?
The phone.
No, what time is it?
Almost dawn. Claude, don't answer it. Oh, please, Claude. Who's calling?
Yes?
Mr. Claude Bourget,
Yes?
Kansas City calling. Here's your party.
It's the city.
Bourget,
Who is this?
that's not important right now.
I won't speak unless you identify yourself.
You don't have to. I'll do the talking. That's better.
Now, if it is about the money, the police investigate all
Shut up and listen.
I will not be talked to like that.
What was it, dear?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Another one of those fanatics.
Oh, come to bed, Claude. Claude, come to bed.
I'm sorry, sir. Your party was disconnected. Go ahead, please.
I'll make it simple and clear. Until I see you, don't spend any of that money. Don't recognize anybody's claim to it. Don't contact the police. It'll be easier for you. A lot easier if you follow my instructions.
No, listen. Listen. Hey, come back.
What is it? Claude, come to bed.
Nothing, Elise. Nothing. Now, what would you do if you had found something valuable and the clerk wanted it? What would you do if a threatening call came in the middle of the night? That's when it's worst. In the middle of the night. If the sun was shining, the voice would not have been so frightening. And then do you know what you do? What I did. I watched each shrub, listened for each car, waited for each sigh of the wind. And as time passed, yes, a month, a whole month, I knew the man was waiting, watching and waiting for the safe time to come to me. I became so tense, I even dreamt when the mailman walked into my office abruptly. It's you.
And they keep coming. There must be about 20 letters in this bag.
Any more?
No. Funny, you'd think after all these months there'd be somebody to claim it.
Really? Well, look at these letters. All of them. All the same. Lying, cheating, blackmail. Not one legitimate claim. Not one.
Not even one?
What?
Claude, you've lived here how long? 15 years?
18 years in this community.
That's right. And most people like you. But you know, a few of them get packed up sometimes. Sometimes they'll let a guy who talks like they do take their silverware. But an honest guy with an accent can't be honest because he has an accent. You know what I mean?
Yes. So if he has $98,000.
Especially if he's got $98,000. They say if you were playing straight, somebody would have come along with a legitimate claim.
I have been honest. By the law. Honest by the law.
I know. Only say all these letters. Hundreds of letters.
And I won't read any more of those. Tell them that. See? Into the wastebasket. Tell them! I knew I shouldn't have shouted at him. I knew it. He was a friend. But even friends became a burden while I waited. I lost interest in my work. Didn't pay attention to it. I began driving around the town, looking for something, for someone. But a man phoned. I know it sounds crazy because I didn't even know what he looked like. Yet I thought maybe something somehow would give him away. All the while knowing nothing would. That's why my friends were becoming a burden. That's why it was hard to talk to them. Hard to talk to anybody.
Oh, I don't care what the reason, Claude. You can't treat friends like that. People will just stop inviting us to parties.
I was getting on my nerves.
Oh, the past week, everybody does. Everything.
All right. Go inside. I'll get the paper.
Bourget.
Who is it?
My name is Chronic. I hope you followed my instructions.
Now, if you have a legitimate claim, why are you sneaking around?
Keep your voice down. You're frightened, Bourget. That's good.
Of you? Now, just tell me what you want.
The money.
You'll never get it. It's in the bank.
Then you'll take it out.
You'll never make me.
I think you'll want to. Now listen fast, Boucher. A year and a half ago, there was a big upstate payroll job.
The money is mine.
400,000. Half of it's been found. Only half. 3 men pulled that job off. One's in South America.
No, it belongs to me.
And one's in jail. The third one, nobody saw him. So he could be anybody.
No.
Me, you, anybody.
Leave me alone.
And that one guy in jail. They wanted him to talk for a long time. He's ready to now. He's ready to say Claude Berger was number 3. That Claude Berger killed the payroll guard. That Claude Berger
I don't believe you. I don't believe a word you say.
He sent a letter to the police in this town.
I'm known here. I'm respected. I'm known.
What judge would believe a man just happened to find $98,000 in a field? Come now, Mr. Berger. What judge would believe that?
For years. I'm known here.
The man in jail can't say he made a mistake. Okay. When I tell him to. Good night, Boucher.
I'm known. I'm known.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Charles Boyer with Irene Tedrow in Another Man's Poison. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Charles Boyer in Elliot Lewis's production of Another Man's Poison, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
In just a few hours, overnight, everything had gone crazy. Nothing was what it had been. I couldn't make my wife understand why I couldn't go to the police, why it was different now. I couldn't make her realize the terrible predicament we were in, that the money was ours, and crime it or anyone else had a right to it. But there wasn't time to plan, not a moment. The letter came, I knew it had come. I knew it the moment I saw the squad car pull up in front of my house to take me to police headquarters.
I know it'll straighten out, Mr. Bourget, I'm sure.
Well, it had better straighten out. I've never heard of anything so preposterous.
You must realize this robbery was and is a great embarrassment to the police, Mr. Bourget.
Well, why should I be made to suffer for police inefficiency? A criminal, a common thief, a convict writes a letter. Is his word better than mine? I've been a respectable citizen.
We choose to believe you. We want to believe you.
Well, then goodbye. I have a lot of work to do.
You're making it tough for us to go along with you.
Are you accusing me?
It's a request. I'm asking you. Just bring in the money. We'll check it.
Check it? Check the money? Why would you check the money?
Some of the serial numbers in that stick-up are registered.
You suspect me. That's it.
Just bring in the money.
There, Lieutenant. I hope this satisfies you.
5 bills, Bourget. I asked you for all of them.
Oh, 5 or 500, what difference does it make? If they are registered, a few can tell you what you want to know.
These are the old bills. You're not being very cooperative. Went for some new bills?
Well, just check the serial numbers. I've had enough of this inquisition.
Okay.
Well, what is it?
They're not listed.
Now let me alone.
Sit down.
What?
I said sit down. You don't seem to realize your position, Bourget.
Don't try to intimidate.
Where's the paper the money was wrapped in?
The paper?
Where is it?
Well, I don't know.
Burned?
Maybe. How should I know? Why? Why should I know? Why should I have kept it?
When you first found the money, you saw your attorney before you came to me.
No, wait a minute.
Why'd you do that?
I don't have to tell you.
You don't have to, true. But why don't you want to?
It seemed like the right thing to do.
The mailman on your office roof was heard to say you threw away several letters unopened.
That's a lie. I opened and read everyone. Always, all of them.
Think hard.
All of them. Well, yes, except one day, it was nothing. It was this kind of idiotic talk which made me do it.
Why should a man in jail named you as one of the hold-up men he pulled up a job with?
I want to talk to my lawyer.
Why?
It's my legal right.
It is. And you didn't have to answer any of these questions. I just wanted you to understand why it would help if you brought in all the money.
Well, all right. Yes. All of it.
Because even more than a robbery is involved in this. There's a murder.
What?
The murder of the payroll guard. You can go now, Mr. Bourget. I said you can go now.
Huh? Yes. Yes. A paper bag no one would keep, I also threw away. As any man would see a lawyer first, I too saw one. As any human being would have become angered, I tore up the letters. But these all meant something else when Gaston put them together. They meant I too must add them up and find the exact, the perfect answer. It had to be perfect. One misstep, one error, and my life, my business, everything would be gone. It had to be perfect.
Call Tom Haskell. You need a lawyer, Claude. You must have a lawyer.
Oh, I went to him once. Did he anticipate anything? Did he tell me what to do?
Well, you need him now.
The money. If they registered any of the serial numbers of that money, I'm through. I'm finished.
Well, maybe it
must be. Everything fits together. The robbery north of here, the amount of money, its age, Kranek's story.
Give the money to the police.
Yes, yes, and if I do, Kranek will not recall the letter.
Oh, but Claude, if the money isn't registered, there's nothing to fear if the money is...
And if it is, what shall I do? There must be something. There has to be something.
But you're innocent, Claude.
Oh, yes, except that thousands of innocent men have gone to jail or been executed. All innocent, all of them.
Oh, Claude, don't say that.
Yes, circumstantial. It's all circumstantial. Most cases are. Money, the letter, or wrapping paper, and the serial numbers. I don't even know what I was doing on the day of the robbery.
It's so long ago. Why do you have to remember? This is crazy. You don't have to remember.
Well, I do, though. That's what it's come to. I must.
Well, then let's remember. Let's try to remember.
Well, it was July. Yes, that's what I was told. The robbery was July of last year.
Well, you went away for the weekend.
No,
remember that weekend?
No, later. Toward the end of the month. The last week in July.
The last week?
Yes.
The last week of July. I don't remember. Oh, I can't remember, Claude. I can't remember.
We have to.
Oh, Claude, darling. Get rid of it. We managed before.
No.
We had what we wanted.
No.
Get rid of the money.
It's too late. Don't you understand? It's too late. Oh, the newspapers.
What?
The newspapers. The newspapers from that date. The exact date. Everything would be in them. If I saw them.
Yes. You remember when you saw them. You would.
I'll be back in an hour. Now, don't answer the phone or the door until I get back. I tell you, you know when you are being hunted. It wasn't Kranek following me. It was another pursuer. A new one. The police. If I didn't know it, why did I glance over my shoulder when I entered the newspaper building? I knew it, and I saw him. I went back to the file room. But as soon as I got there, I wanted to get out. I felt something terrible would happen to me if I stayed. I filled out a request slip, and I saw the girl surreptitiously give it to the officer. I waited like a stone image, and finally, when the papers were given to me, I frantically searched them and found it. Yes, I found the paper and the date of the terrible information. And then I had to get home. Home. I would be safe there. Yes, home was a place to think, to figure things out, to save my life.
Are you sure, Claude? Are you sure someone was following you?
I've seen him before. I know it was a detective.
Oh, you're too upset. You think he was. You imagine.
I tell you, the police are after me, too.
No, Claude, they can't.
A year and a half. They've waited a year and a half to get someone, anyone, for that hold-up.
Didn't seeing the papers help?
Certainly, a lot.
You remember?
Do you remember?
What?
That week, the Laval farmland I went to see about.
I don't understand.
Upstate. I had to go upstate that weekend.
Oh, no.
Yes, of all weekends, that one. I had to go upstate that one.
What can we do?
The money is the only proof. The only real proof.
Find it.
No, they won't.
They'll search.
They'll never find it.
Give it to Krennic. Give him the money.
Krennic? But he's the only one of the 3 murderers who is alive and free. Do you think he would let me live for 24 hours once he had the money?
Then burn it.
Burn it?
They'd never find it. The proof, one way or the other, the proof would be gone. The payroll guard was killed.
Come.
You have to.
Yes, I have to. See what it is. I'll get the money.
Stranger, Claude.
Don't open the door. Krennic. He's the killer. Get him out. Keep him away from the backyard.
Just a minute, please.
Over.
He has a gun, Claude, a gun.
Don't burn it. Put it out, you idiot. It's gone, Krennic. It's gone. Out of my way. Let go. The gun. I got it away from... It went off. Berger, what the devil did you... Keep away, Lieutenant. Keep away from me. Put that gun down. Doctor. Give me. Doctor.
Mrs. Boucher, call emergency.
Stay where you are, Alice.
But, Claude...
He dies, you'll have 2 murders on you, Boucher.
Now, Krennic, listen. Listen, Krennic. You'll bleed to death, Krennic. Listen to me. There won't be any doctor unless you tell them. Tell them, Krennic. Doctor. Tell them, you idiot. Tell them. The frame. The letter. Frame up. Doctor, please. Go on. I framed Boucher. The letter. It was a lie. Thank you, Krennic. Now, Alice. Now, call a doctor. Call a doctor.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Charles Boyer. Next week on Suspense, our star will be Mr. Jeff Chandler in Fresh Air, Sunshine, and Murder, to be followed by Mr. Dick Powell in Overdrawn on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Another Man's Poison was written for Suspense by Arthur Ross. In tonight's story, Irene Tedrow was heard as Alice and Paul Frees as Krennic. Featured in the cast were Herb Butterfield, Joseph Kearns, Truder Marson, and Russell Simpson. Portions of this program were transcribed. Charles Boyer may soon be seen starring in the Paramount picture Rage of the Vulture. And remember, next week on Suspense, Mr. Jeff Chandler in a tale we call Fresh Air, Sunshine, and Murder.
You can buy Autolite Stateful batteries, Autolite standard or resistor-type spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This Saturday is Armed Forces Day, the day on which America pays special tribute to the active members of her 5 services. The men and women of our armed forces deserve our deepest gratitude. We salute them as America's finest citizens. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KNX Los Angeles.